Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana el día de hoy. Muy buenos días para todos ustedes. Feliz miércoles. Vamos a darle este casino. El tío Salo, ¿cómo de que no? Pero antes, como siempre, quiero platicar de varias cosas con ustedes. Número uno, por supuesto que traigo puesta la misma sudadera de Fórmula 1 que siempre me pongo. Pero es que empezaron las prácticas. Vimos a Kimi Antonelli ser el más rápido esta mañana. Bastante bien, Mercedes. También viendo a Lewis Hamilton vestido de Ferrari. ¡Qué locura! Muy honestamente estoy muy emocionado ahorita. Tristemente tengo que hacer esto en vez de poder ver las prácticas en vivo, pero querías encontrarte un trabajo, Alejandro, porque estabas aburrido. Ahí estás, estúpido. Ahí estás. Las consecuencias de tus acciones por no pensar. El día de hoy quería platicar con ustedes rápidamente, darles una idea, ponerlo enfrente de ustedes de qué exactamente es lo que vamos a vivir en Estados Unidos, porque tenemos un pequeño problema. Tenemos un problema antes de poder resolver todos nuestros problemas grandes. Y ese problema es simplemente, creo que Estados Unidos oficialmente está en bancarrota, ¿no? Está ya ahí y ahora lo están sacando. O estamos en la recesión más potente de toda la historia en Estados Unidos. La siguen escondiendo muy bien debajo del tapete para toda la gente que simplemente dice, pues sí, no tengo dinero, todo está más caro, nadie me quiere contratar, etcétera. Pero en CNN o en Fox me dijeron que no hay recesión, por ende todo está bien. Pero esta vez se ve mal. En el 2008, 2009, siempre uso esto, me encanta usar referencias de episodios. Ayer puse a mi mujer a verlo, ¿no? Porque mi mujer está toda emocionada también como todo el mundo. Obviamente también tienes al otro lado que no está tan contento de que Elon Musk esté acabando con la corrupción del gobierno y con todos estos gastos tontos, entendido. Pero hay una gran mayoría de la gente en Estados Unidos que está contenta y que está diciendo, güey, ¿cómo se gastaron mis impuestos en esto? ¿No? Ok, hemos llegado al fin de la transferencia de riqueza. Estamos en la transferencia de riqueza más grande de la historia. Ha tomado desde los 70s a 80s hasta el 2025. Y en los 70s, 80s se fue poco a poco. En el 2000 se aceleró. En el 2008 explotó esta transferencia de riqueza. ¿Ok? Y esto lo hicieron a través de imprimir dinero y crear inflación. 2008, Obama, obviamente con la recesión, etcétera, lo explota. Los últimos tres presidentes han crecido el déficit, lo han hecho crecer por el triple, o el doble, perdón, los últimos tres presidentes. O sea, contando a Trump, Biden y Obama, ellos han hecho que nuestro déficit haya crecido exponencialmente. ¿Y por qué? Mucha gente cree que es un accidente. No es un accidente. Esta es la transferencia de riqueza más grande de toda la historia, enfrente de la cara de todo el mundo. Y por alguna razón, si me estás escuchando, es la primera vez en este canal, probablemente estás pensando, ¿qué clase de mamada está diciendo este güey? Y ahora, eso no te lo voy a quitar, no te vengo a convencer, no me interesa para nada, yo solamente estoy dando mi punto de vista. Pero es impresionante que ese sea el caso, que enfrente de todo el mundo estén robándose todo nuestro dinero a través de la sacada de valor del mismo y nadie se dio cuenta. Pero ahora viene la otra parte, la parte donde habíamos platicado antes, donde ya te robaste todo este dinero, lo inflaste y tienes todos estos cientos de millones de dólares que no valen nada, relativamente hablando, comparado con lo que valían antes. Ahora, ¿qué sigue? Reducir masa monetaria, reducir gasto y hacer que esos dólares valgan una fortuna, una deliciosa y absoluta fortuna. Y es justamente donde estamos parados el día de hoy. ¿Por qué lo digo? Siempre les digo, me encanta usar, un segundo, me encanta usar ejemplos de televisión porque son los más sencillos de entender. Le digo a mi mujer, en el 2008, yo le decía a mi mujer, ¿no? Que estaban pasando todas estas cosas. Güey, mi mujer entendió que hubo una recesión en el 2008 hace 2 años. En el 2008, viviéndola conmigo, escuchándome decir todas las estupideces que estaba diciendo y diciendo qué es lo que iba a pasar y comprando bienes raíces en el fondo del mercado, comprando casas en el fondo del mercado y después vendiendo todo a tope. Mi mujer no entendió nada de lo que pasó hasta hace 2 años, una vez más, que es como de, así que por eso esto y esto, para que tengan una idea. Entonces, y esto no es para tirarle sal a mi mujer, que no, no. Pero eso es una realidad muy grande de que todos puedes estar viviendo algo y no tienes ni idea de que lo estás viviendo. Es así de fácil, es lo que quiero poner. Entonces, lo que le estaba enseñando a mi mujer anoche fue, porque estaba muy emocionada, de Doge cortando todos estos gastos, etcétera. Le digo, güey, esto ha pasado antes, enfrente de tu cara, y no te acuerdas. Y me dice, ¿cuándo? Y le digo, no en el gobierno, pero en todos lados en Estados Unidos. Y me dice, ¿cuándo? Y le puse un episodio. Vean 30 Rock. 30 Rock, uno de mis shows favoritos. Por muchísimo tienen que verlo. Excelente show con Liz Lemon, Jack Donaghy, cuando Alec Baldwin era mamable. Tina Fey, obviamente la creadora, y es como un spoof en lo que es SNL, Saturday Night Live, pero como ellos lo producen, es como el detrás de cámara, y es buenísimo, buenísimo. Entonces, Alec Baldwin es el mero mero a GE, ¿no? General Electric, que es una empresa gigantesca que es dueña de NBC, etcétera. Y Alec Baldwin contrata a un grupo de gente que vienen. Esto es un episodio que salió en el 2009, por ende grabado en el 2008, ¿ok? Y se llama Budget Cuts, así literalmente, cortes de presupuesto. Así se llama el presupuesto, el episodio, lo pueden buscar. Y en ese episodio, de nuevo, salió el 2009 para que lo tengan como referencia. Alec Baldwin, como el presidente de GE, bueno, no era el presidente, pero era uno de los meros meros en GE, contrata a una firma que viene desde afuera, como Doge, a GE, su empresa, Estados Unidos. ¿Y qué es lo que viene a hacer? Cortar el presupuesto de todos lados. Y entonces se mete este güey que está contratado con su librito y está yendo de programa a programa, de operación a operación, diciendo, vamos a tener que cortar 30% de todo tu personal, ¿no? Y el episodio está muy chistoso y todo el mundo es de, no quiero cortar el episodio, no quiero cortar 30% de mis gastos. Quiero, y le dice a Alec, ¿no? Y por cierto, no vayas a cortar el gasto de popotes porque yo ya corté al exterminador y hay ratas en todos lados, ¿no? Para que tengan esa idea de lo que estaba pasando en ese entonces. Eso es lo que estamos viviendo el día de hoy, literalmente, con los cortes de Doge. Y la gente no entiende por qué. Es porque ya llegamos al final de esto. Hemos entrado a un nuevo paradigma y están reestructurando todo. Tenemos que entender esto. Se habla muchísimo. ¿Cuántos de ustedes están escuchando que es que no hay suficiente oro? Los otros países te quieres quedar fuera del dólar. El dólar se va a devaluar muy cabrón. Vean, y aquí les tengo que enseñar algo, porque mucha gente está un poco confundida. ¿Y a qué me refiero con confundida? Está confundida porque están viendo algo que no habían visto probablemente, porque recuerda, a la gente se le olvida lo que pasó hace 2 años, que lo tengas presente. Si eres de los que te acuerdas lo que pasó hace 2 años, estás en otro puto nivel y vas a estar bebiendo champaña muy pronto en tu futuro. Pero la gran mayoría de la gente no se acuerda de lo que pasó hace 2 años. Entonces, esto nunca lo han visto. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Quiero compartir pantalla con ustedes antes de empezar el casino del tío Salo. Espera, ya los iba a invitar al stream, no mames. Está fuerte la mañana, ¿eh? Está pesada la mañana. Ok, quiero, y voy a eliminar esto porque esto lo voy a hacer obviamente como si fuéramos novatos, no sabemos de lo que estamos hablando. Y bueno, yo soy, pero ustedes no. Esto es el índice del dólar. El índice del dólar lo voy a poner rápidamente en la mensual. ¿Qué es esto? Esto es cómo está el dólar relativamente hablando contra otras monedas, ¿no? O sea, contra el euro, contra el yen, contra el peso. Y el dólar está subiendo fuerte en contra de esto, en contra de las otras monedas. Ha estado en una tendencia claramente alcista, literalmente desde el 2008. Subiendo, 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 subiendo. Lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? Y ahora, este tope que vimos por acá, este tope por acá, fue el 2022. Este tope es muy diferente al de hoy, porque este tope con el dólar, al dólar lo hicimos fuerte. Al dólar lo hicimos fuerte en el 2022 porque subimos tipos. Cuando subimos tipos, eso quiere decir intereses. Eso quiere decir que la deuda, el bono a 10 años, empezó a subir de cuánto te iba a pagar de vuelta. Entonces, Estados Unidos en el 2022 abrió las patas y le dijo a todo el mundo, güey, vengan a comprar dólares y les vamos a pagar esto aquí arriba, ¿no? 4.8% o 5% es lo que les vamos a pagar. Y todo el mundo dijo, güey, vale, lo compramos. Además de que las criptomonedas ayudaron muchísimo con las monedas estables. Ayudaron, pero un chingo a expandir ese dólar por todo el mundo. Ahora, ¿por qué es diferente hoy? ¿Por qué es diferente hoy, no? Para empezar, hicimos bajos más altos y ahora vamos, ¿qué sigue después de bajos más altos? Altos más altos. Eso quiere decir que el dólar se va a fortalecer. Y para mucha gente, ayer estaba yo peleando con Peter Schiff. No me estaba peleando, en realidad. A Peter, si le hablas bien, te contesta bien. Entonces, ayer estaba platicando, ayer estaba comentando en lo que estaba escribiendo Peter Schiff, porque Peter estaba diciendo, ya saben que es el güey que mama el oro, mama el oro. Si pudiera metérselo por el culo, lo haría Peter Schiff, enterito, todos los lingotes del mundo. Y me encanta cómo trolea a la gente de Bitcoin, por cierto. ¿Ya a qué punto no te das cuenta lo que está haciendo el tío? Genial, vale. Y estaba platicando él ayer de que los tipos iban a volver a subir. Y le dije, no, tío, no. Estás pensando en esto como lo que ha pasado en los últimos 2, 3 ciclos. Esto es un problema, una nueva razón completamente diferente a lo que estás jugando. Con un dólar que está buscando nuevos máximos locales, ¿no? Que literalmente, o sea, esto de acá no lo habías visto desde el 2020, desde el 2000, que fue el crash de las .com, ¿ok? Desde entonces llevas 25 años chopeando para arriba y de lado, subiendo, poco a poco. O sea, el tope en ese entonces fue el 2000. 25 años después, aquí estamos una vez más buscando ese tope y lo vamos a tocar en mi opinión. ¿Y por qué es diferente? Porque esta vez nuestros tipos están cayendo. Lo que paga el bono a 10 años, que es la excelencia de todo lo que tienes que ver, toda la deuda, en este momento, ¿ven cómo la Reserva Federal, todo el mundo está esperando que la Reserva Federal baje en tipos? Qué chido, qué chido. Lo está pasando en este momento. ¿Se acuerdan cuando Trump dice, vamos a hacer que los tipos bajen, estos tipos van a bajar, vamos a pagar mucho menos? Pero no dijo que iba a hacer que la Reserva Federal bajara los tipos. Esto es lo mismo de lo que habíamos platicado antes de las últimas 3 bajadas de la Reserva Federal que acabaron siendo subidas. Esto es el diferencial. ¿Dónde estamos en este problema? Estamos en el problema que estamos en la potente recesión donde tenemos que deshacernos de toda esta gente, toda. Y es lo que están viendo, que es igualito al episodio del 2009 en 30 Rock, donde tienes que despedir a todo el mundo porque tienes una crisis de gasto, porque tienes que recortar para poder hacer dinero una vez más, reestructurar. Estamos una vez más ahí. La diferencia en este momento es que no vamos a y no tenemos por qué bajar tipos. Los tipos van a bajar solos. La razón por qué es porque si el dólar es controlado una vez más, dejan de gastar como absolutamente locas, ¿no? Como esas esposas que no tienen absolutamente nada que hacer y que el esposo viejito le da todo el dinero y que solamente está gaste todo el puto fin de semana con sus amigas, en lo que se toman un Bellini en Neiman Marcus, si es que sigue abierto, ¿no? Si dejamos de gastar así, el dólar se va a fortalecer exponencialmente en contra de las otras monedas, ¿ok? ¿Y eso qué va a causar? Un dólar fuerte no tiene que ofrecerte mucho, o sea, no tiene que ofrecerte un retorno tan grande como el que te ofrecía hace unos meses, porque mi dólar está más fuerte, porque va a haber menos. Y otra cosa que muy poca gente está hablando, cabrones. Esto es muy importante. Otra cosa que muy poca gente está hablando. Estamos reestructurando todos nuestros pagos de deuda. ¿Se acuerdan que les dije, este año vamos a tener que rolar básicamente $3.5 trillones en deuda y eso nos va a costar una fortuna? Estados Unidos y Donald Trump están buscando a través de la propuesta de Mar-a-Lago, así se llama, que por cierto, claro, llámala así, güey. Perfecto. Puta madre. Es un genio de marketing, Donald Trump, por cierto. La propuesta de Mar-a-Lago, que simplemente nos dice una cosa. Toda la gente que ha comprado nuestra deuda le estamos diciendo, güey, te voy a comprar la deuda, vamos a cambiar tu expiración. Esto es lo que estamos haciendo. Oficialmente lo que estamos haciendo es esto, ¿ok? Imagínate que tú tienes deudas, debes $1.000.000 al tío Salo, ¿no? Al gobierno. Debes $1.000.000 al gobierno y los tienes que pagar en 2 meses. Es básicamente lo que está Estados Unidos en este problema. En vez de ser tú, ese pago lo tiene que hacer Estados Unidos a toda la gente que le ha dado dinero para estas tesorerías, ¿ok? Y entonces todo el mundo viene a cobrar. Güey, ¿dónde está mi dinero? ¿Dónde está mi dinero? ¿Ok? Y ahorita si Estados Unidos emite nueva deuda al 4.2%, nos vamos a quedar en bancarrota, cabrón, bancarrota. Lo que haría que el dólar se devalúe, la inflación explote a la alza, etcétera. Pero ¿qué está haciendo Donald Trump? Le está diciendo a todo el mundo, güey, en vez de que te tengan que pagar toda la cantidad ahorita, ¿por qué no lo extendemos a 20, 30 años? Cambiar la duración, tal vez 10 años, si ya la tenías hoy, 10 años. No te pago todo y te sigo pagando intereses a través de este tiempo. Eso me deja recuperarme y esto hace una moneda más fuerte. Esto, damas y caballeros, es el final de todo lo que hemos vivido desde los 70s, 80s hasta ahorita, donde toda esta oligarquía política, porque es como lo tienen que ver, y la gente viejita que es dueña de compañías, todos ellos ya se robaron una capota de dinero y ahora va a tocar el nuevo modelo para ello. Y es justamente donde estamos. Gasolina, eso quiere decir el precio del petróleo en Estados Unidos. No sé, vives en México, tienes el petróleo del bienestar o lo que sea. No tengo ni puta idea cómo funciona eso. En Estados Unidos, el costo del petróleo va para abajo. El costo del gas natural va para arriba. No sé qué tanto más pueda subir porque hay demasiado, pero simplemente en este momento están bailando el quién le va a dar gas a quién y está Rusia entrando en el chat. ¿Ok? Entonces, petróleo para abajo. El oro a cierto punto se tiene que voltear para abajo. Porque el paradigma de que el dólar se está, se está yendo a cero y que nadie lo va a querer y que todo el mundo está cambiándolo por dólar, tiene que cambiar con esto. No hay manera de que no. No hay manera de que no. Eso no me preocupa tanto porque no le voy a hacer un short al oro, no me interesa entrar en oro, no estoy en ese momento ahí, no quiero ganar 1% al año, me da igual. Todas las monedas van a sufrir en contra del dólar potentemente, potentemente. Y va a haber una recesión choncha en todo el mundo. Estados Unidos va a ser, y es el primero, me parece, en entrar fuerte en ella, o tal vez no el primero, pero mínimo Estados Unidos está entrando fortísimo en esta recesión. Se los dije, hablando solamente de inmigrantes, si dejas de darles dinero gratis, darle dinero gratis a los hoteles por tenerlos, dejas de dar dinero gratis a Coca-Cola por darles Coca-Cola, le dejas dar dinero gratis a las tiendas para todo esto, y además los esconden porque la gente no quiere que se los lleven, están escondidos y no quieren ir a trabajar y no están consumiendo, tienes un bajón de alrededor promedio de 20% de toda la actividad económica en Estados Unidos, porque esa es la cantidad de gente que formaba parte de nuestra economía, informal o formalmente, como lo quieran ver, ¿no? Entonces, al pasar todo esto, al recortar gasto, al despedir a toda la gente, recuerden, hay mucha gente que piensa, ¿no? Si ves las noticias, si ven las noticias, tienen familiares que ven las noticias, toda esta gente piensa que el desempleo ha estado de huevos, ¿no? Aquí en Estados Unidos o en Europa, por ejemplo, el desempleo está perfecto, hay muy poco desempleo, los inmigrantes fue una cosa que pasó de la nada, o sea, literalmente, quién sabe por qué llegaron tantos al mismo tiempo, eso fue solo una coincidencia, y no crees que el Estado ha estado gastando una fortuna dándoles dinero a estos tíos. Eso es como lo ve la gente que ve la tele, pero la realidad es, les acabamos de quitar un chingo de dinero a toda la gente más corrupta, y ahora no es la gente más corrupta. Les voy a decir por qué este es el fin del cambio de riqueza y se los puedo probar aquí mismo en este segundo, que no existe un gobierno de Estados Unidos, que es solamente uno, que no existen dos partidos políticos, es solamente uno y que es la misma operación que lleva un rato para poder llegar a este punto y se los puedo probar en este momento con la pregunta más estúpida del mundo para todos ustedes. Y de nuevo, mi chile Elon Musk, pero es palo lo que nos están vendiendo. Lo que está pasando es Estados Unidos o está en bancarrota o está en la peor crisis de mínimo desde el 2008, podemos decir eso, aunque se me haría que sería más grande, pero vamos a decir que es comparativo al 2008. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Es porque es sencillo. Elon Musk está ahí para exponer corrupción, para exponer el dinero desperdiciado y para exponer ¿qué es? Corrupción, dinero, waste, fraud y fraude, ¿ok? Nombra una persona a la que han arrestado después de descubrir todo este fraude, porque alguien tiene que poner todas estas pendejadas en papel y hacer todos estos gastos. ¿Quién es la primera persona que fue arrestada por esto? ¿Nadie? Es como si básicamente lo único que estamos haciendo es en modo de mi empresa va a quebrar, tengo que cortar todo el gasto y a la chingada. Nadie está siendo arrestado. Esto es absolutamente mentira, lo que nos están contando. Esto es el final de la transferencia de riqueza más grande de toda la historia, la más larga de toda la historia. Y además de ser la transferencia más potente de riqueza de todo el mundo, de toda la historia, enfrente de la cara de todos, con el internet prendido y todo el mundo haciendo live streams, Y nadie sabe. Nadie sabe. Vamos a sufrir un año en Estados Unidos, más o menos, de aquí a diciembre es lo que yo creo. Se va a ir poniendo peor, pero una vez que encontremos suelo vamos a levantar. Y les digo esto, un dólar fuerte va a destruir a Europa, a México, a Canadá y a todos nuestros socios grandes. Se los va a llevar, igual que a nosotros, por cierto, igual que a nosotros. Estamos acabando esta transferencia de riqueza. Ahora sí que la jugada de Warren Buffett va a funcionar perfectamente y es justamente por esto. No los quiero aburrir más con mis estupideces y mis tonterías y todas las tonterías que les digo y que tengo en la cabeza, pero eso es básicamente lo que estaba pensando. ¿Cómo lo ven? Interesante, ¿no? Entonces, solamente para que sepan rápido, y lo tengamos en mente, dólar va a ir a la alza, no tiene que subir instantáneamente, primero tienes que tener malos datos económicos van a revelar un dólar algo bajista, pero ese dólar algo bajista se va a quedar bajista en la parte donde está más o menos, y de ahí va a ir al cielo. Estamos hablando de movimiento de un año, estoy hablando de que el petróleo también va a bajar potentemente, porque la actividad económica va a bajar y también porque estamos produciendo más. Estamos hablando de que no les voy a decir Bitcoin y todo eso, estamos jugando día a día, da igual. Las empresas grandes de tecnología no les va a ir tan bien que digamos de aquí a futuro corto. Estamos hablando petróleo para abajo, el oro encontrando tope este año definitivamente. Gas natural pudiendo poder continuar su subida, pero ya no tan agresiva. Los bonos, rendimiento de los bonos van en caída y lo continuarán haciendo muy poco a poco a través de este año. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es lo que estamos viendo y simplemente está enfrente de todos nosotros. Está enfrente de todos nosotros. Atentos. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Y ya saben que si quieren tradear con nosotros, bola de degenerados, los voy a invitar a que se den una vuelta como de que no a nuestro Discord en Elite Trading Academy. Les estoy dejando el enlace aquí en la parte de abajo para que vengan a darnos una visita. Simplemente se meten y todos los menús están en la izquierda. Te metes a ver los análisis del buen Alex, los análisis del buen Farhan, métete al chat general a platicar con todo el mundo. Hoy tenemos que ser la comunidad que más dinero está haciendo en todo. O sea, las últimas operaciones que hemos mandado en las alertas, ¿a quién le ha fallado? ¿Me pueden decir? Tienen estos degenerados están destruyéndola absolutamente. Vientos, se llevan un 12%. Ese es Farhan. 16%. Bien, ahí vamos. Vengan a platicar con toda la comunidad. Honestamente es buenísimo. Los puedo apoyar en lo que sea. Si tienen dudas de, güey, tal vez entraré en no entraré en este short, en este long, etcétera. Aquí están. También tenemos noticias, tenemos el hola, tenemos también acá el criptolingo muy famoso para ustedes, que hay algo que no aprendan, que no sepan qué es exactamente lo que estamos platicando. Aquí lo tienen, está en español y en inglés. Déjenos un testimonial también, ayuda muchísimo, pero ahí lo tienen. Y también para todos ustedes que quieran tradear futuros y que no se quieran registrar en nada de lo que hacemos, dense una vuelta a nuestro sitio web. En nuestro sitio web bastante sencillito de navegarlo, métete en tutos. Y esto va a cambiar esta semana, va a ser cómo tradear en BTCC, que es el nuevo exchange que tenemos. Tengo el enlace aquí abajo para toda la gente que vaya a depositar en BTCC. Se usa igualito que esto, por cierto. Entonces, si quieres aprender cómo usar BTCC, es igualito que esto, pero en BTCC hay acciones, o sea, tokenizadas, y también tienen Forex tokenizado y tienen otras cosas tokenizadas. Pero acá tienes Bluffing, también tienes el enlace directo para ir a Bluffing, etcétera. También, una vez más, 5 minutos vas a ver exactamente todo lo que tienes que hacer. Esto es gratis. Gratis. No se gasten un centavo si no quieren. ¿Quieren aprender más? Pues ya ahí tienen nuestros servicios. Y solamente quiero decirles, nunca en la vida les vamos a hablar, les vamos a decir que nos den dinero, que les vamos a invertir. No nos interesa. Todo es público. Por favor, no caigan en estafas. Y vámonos con todo. Tenemos aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Yo creo que la primera cosa que estamos por ver va a ser Bitcoin. Vamos a ver si Brian Martínez se despertó temprano o no. Un segundo, vamos a ver. Se despertó temprano el señor, como de que no. Alex Farhan, my boys, welcome.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Dude, you need your girl to stop hitting you. Like, this is not looking good.
I got hit with the nuclear chancla. The eye is just suffering.
How are you, boys?
Good. Doing well.
Hey.
Aside from this.
you guys are fucking killing it right now. Market's looking good. Market's looking however it's looking, but I think the community and their ROI is looking pretty damn good. So let's keep that shit up. What are you guys looking at? Let's start with Bitcoin right now. Who wants to start? Who's excited? I know Alex is fucking excited.
I'm always excited.
He's
I
very
see it.
We are quite pumped. We like it when the market goes in our favor.
Oh yes.
Oh, it's fucking beautiful. Let's do this.
It's not quite nice on the other hand.
No.
Yeah, the market itself is not good, but to us, it's been really good, and we'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and why is that? Well, because so many can't trade both sides. I mean, it's so easy to trade an up-only market, but when you start getting bearishness in the markets, it's really hard to identify that and then be able to pivot. But luckily for us, we've been pretty alert on that whole idea that, we're getting these very big volatility setups. We're in a very tight range, and things in the background, yes, it's slow, but these are often the most important times and can be the most profitable, because while everyone's scrambling to figure out what's going on with Bitcoin, we're often 10 steps ahead of everyone. So what do we have now? Well, I mean, let's just backtrack here. So we lost the daily EMA 100 back in February 24th, so 2 days ago, and that was not a good sign. I mean, we were always aware of the bearish possibilities on Bitcoin. That was just simply because we had a daily silver cross. We were in this tight range. We saw volatility on most time frames hit extreme lows. So we were aware that, yeah, a big move was coming. When we started losing 95.5, that was our front runnable event. That was kind of the place where you're like, okay, that's been solidly holding for days now. The fact that we're losing that is definitely a cause of concern, especially when we know, and this is why understanding the silver crosses are great for Confluence. It's not a thing where you solely trade off of it, of course not. But when you already have the bias like I did, where we're already pretty bearish, I do think this 5 day is going to expand, can at least help us identify, okay, well, we have the silver cross on this move down. Let me gauge the daily EMA 9. And as you can see here, that perfectly stopped price. And again, it can just give you good confluence of that, especially when you're holding support here. You can just kind of start putting everything together. And so we lost the daily EMA 100. That was a big point for bulls. We talked about once we get to 93K, you're going to need to see a bounce. We did bounce from there, granted, but resistance did what resistance loves to do, which is reject us. And that rejection honestly became a major bull trap before we had the real move down. And so what are we dealing with now? I mean, we've had a pretty epic move down. We were cautious. We called it. We had two shorts. We had a 100K short here and a 99.3 short here. What's going on now? Well, personally speaking, I do think, the trend has shifted. If you look now and we go to the weekly, any hopes of a weekly uptrend is done. I mean, this weekly uptrend is now invalidated. This is exactly why 93K needed to hold, because we were talking about this zone here being a major point for the higher low in the making. But you can see here, we did not get that higher high break. Instead, this quickly shifted to a lower high to a lower low break. And now what are we gauging? Well, markets don't go just in a straight line. And so it's very simple now. I can almost bet, so much money now, which I am because I'm long, that people are probably aggressively shorting now Bitcoin. And it's very, very, very obvious to me. I mean, crypto Twitter is very silent now. To me, I bet you a lot of people scaled into shorts. And why I'm saying that is just simply because of the trading environment we're in. This is very easy to play. Last night, before I went to bed, we identified an easy short opportunity. That was simply based on the 15-minute. And this is why lower time frame trading can be your friend if you understand it. We had this aggressive capitulation on the 15-minute. Notice that we did not hit that 15-minute EMA 100, after we essentially SFP'd it here. So we came all the way down. I noticed the first rejection. And so I wanted to see first an SFP, and then that would have confirmed my short bias. And that's exactly what we got. Yesterday on the Discord, we were able to snag an 89,380 short, essentially the absolute top of this dump. We talked about the scenario where, I really want to start seeing 85.5 get hit. And I'm still on the bias that, yes, we did have a nice move up. This line's representing my long bid on Bitcoin. But it just wasn't enough for me to say, okay, we're good to go up now. And why I was getting that bias is simply because if you go and throw on, let's just say that EMA 100, often, and I don't talk about this a lot on stream, but when I'm trading, this EMA 100 can be nice because when you lose this EMA 100, you can gauge the EMA 200. The EMA 200 is a nice zone. Logically, you should bounce. And when I see these moves where we aggressively dump, but we ever so slightly try to hit that zone, but we don't, you have to really, this is where it becomes hard because we definitely could have front ran this, especially when we know the 2-day. It was basically front running the EMA 100. But when you get an EMA 100 on the 2-day, and we know just how powerful that EMA 100 is, simply speaking, corresponding with nicely the EMA 200 on the daily, it's a zone where you have to really be cautious and watch closely. As I was saying, when you ever so front run that, and move nicely, you have to look at that again as kind of a trap scenario unless we start reclaiming those levels. And that's going to start on the 15-minute reclaiming the EMA 100. So that was kind of the idea. It was risky, but we short here, we TP here, and then we flip long, and now we have essentially a free long going into today, which is beautiful. So again, what's going on now? Well, I want to see Bitcoin move from here. Ideally, I want that to be kind of the bottom, locally speaking. And now we have two areas of interest we can gauge for a short. And yes, I do mean short because even though it seems like shorts are kind of getting aggressive here, it's perfectly fine. That just, to me, tells me, okay, cool, we definitely can move up and, squeeze some of these shorts out. But now that the trend is down, we should be gauging the lower high. Two areas of interest I have for that lower high, and this is where it's going to become a little more trickier, is, first at $91,000, specifically it's 90,900. That was a big area of support, and we did fall through that and never test it. That could be the first zone where if we end up going up to that point, you have to watch very carefully, especially when we know that potentially the daily 9 is now shifting down, and it might be here within the next 3 days. Meaning it might be closer to this region. And with what we know with the silver cross, that should logically be the first place to look. But we start actually reclaiming above 90,900. That's going to give us our confirmation of this move. And this is going to be the easier bearish retest, in my opinion. Easier because you'll have a very simple invalidation. You understand simply where the last lower high was, which was right here at 97,000. So that could be the invalidation. We also understand that 95.5 was very, very strong support. So we gauge a move all the way up to 95.5. And that would simply be a daily EMA 21 retest, which would still correspond nicely with the silver cross. But also, we could just go up and test that EMA 100, possibly wick all the way up to 95.5. Especially when you get these aggressive moves down. Again, if I was able to fall asleep like a baby in short and make a very good profit, that's telling me shorts are getting a really easy trade lately. Generally speaking, those are great environments for short squeezes. It's very Bitcoin nature to move all the way up, very ever so slightly, almost invalidate the lower high, but then form another one, giving us a very easy short setup with a very tight invalidation. So that's kind of what we're looking at on Bitcoin today. We got the move down. We finally have hit support. So now we're good to go. I mean, this is it for me. If we end up coming back down to these lows, I mean, you're just going to have to question the fact that we might actually just end up nuking and going to where? Well, specifically, that SMA 200 has been a big zone for me. And so it makes it easier when you kind of gauge the EMA 100, 200, and then the SMA 200. Meaning, you lose the EMA 100, good chance you'll go to the 200. You lose this zone, though, very good chance you're going to go to the SMA 200. And why is 81,900 important? Well, if we go to the monthly chart, that's essentially right where the monthly EMA 9 is. Let me get these vertical lines off. That's right where the monthly 9 is. But also, if we throw the HPDR on now, that's right where the median is. So, if we end up, if let's say the scenario is just thrown out the window and I'm wrong, perfectly okay. Then we're switching gears and we're gauging the reaction right at that daily SMA 200 in confluence to the monthly EMA 9. This entire bull market, we've held the monthly 9. So it would be, irresponsible not to at least at this point gauge a move or at least a reaction, specifically like a bounce from this point. Because remember, the monthly trend is still up. But the fact that the weekly trend has shifted and also that we're getting a weekly volatility setup while the trend is shifted and we're breaking above the moving average really does put into question the fact that the monthly trend could be brewing a trend shift. So that's just kind of the flip side on Bitcoin. But the bull hopium is monthly 9 is still, we're still holding it, and monthly trend is still up. If we end up getting a move down to the monthly 9, these have generally led to bigger moves. I mean, I remember this rejection at 73K essentially, where we moved all the way down, hit the monthly 9. That was a 27.6% move, never closed below the monthly 9, and then that's essentially what formed our next low, higher low on the monthly. So I mean, that kind of puts it in easy range for you. You're basically betting now today with the Academy that the low's in. We got our test. We perfectly nailed the short down. We hedged with a short yesterday. Now we're full bull. Now we're bull right now. We're long. But ideally now we need to be cautious. We can easily get a move up to 91K. That could be the first rejection point. I'm going to be on the camp though that we're going to be more dirty, aggressively move up. Because remember, when Bitcoin aggressively moves up, similar to what we saw here, where we just aggressively moved up from this point, and then 2 green nice dildos, nice liquidity grab up. What did this do to bulls? This got everyone super horny again. It totally just kind of invalidated all the bearish things that we were talking about simply because of volatility. So I bet you if we get a major move up that takes us all the way up to here, bulls are going to be not really, in my opinion, regarding the fact that we've lost that daily EMA 100, and that simply could just be the bearish retest. I've seen this over and over and over and over again, where this happens. We dump through the daily EMA 100, then we get that aggressive rally to it. Everyone gets bullish again. I'm looking at it like, well, wait, we need to reclaim that first. We don't. We reject it, and then the real move occurs because of all the shorts closing and all the longs scaling in. So just be aware of that scenario, because that's like one of my favorite shorts. It's very easy. It's like this, but it's hard to show these last examples just simply because of the environment we're in. These were super bullish, choppy environments, but you get that major move down, you get a major green dildo, you tap the daily EMA 100, and then you go down. You get that major move down, then you get a nice green dildo up, you tap the daily EMA 100, and the real move occurs. This is actually a good example of that. You can just see that right here, where, after rejecting, and this was the easiest short of my life. I remember taking this. It's like right by 4th of July. That gave you, with ease, a 16% move. You could blindly trade that and you would have been green. So, that's kind of the idea behind this. I mean, I'll be happy to say, that if we end up rallying up to there, we definitely could wick up, hit the 21. But, if we end up just hitting this EMA 100 and rejecting, I'm perfectly okay with that, because I'll still be aware of that, possibility. So that's kind of what we're dealing with now. Real fast, we'll just gauge this long here. And perfect execution on that Bitcoin long. Why also were we aware of this scenario potentially playing out? Well, Tether dominance got the breakout. We talked about this last stream. This is very easy to me, right? 4.69 is major resistance, possibly flipped into support. Let's get that possibly flipped into support done now, meaning let's get the back test, let it consolidate, let it prove to me that this is support. We have right now a daily silver cross still. And so we even see now that if we end up going to the daily 9, you'll want to see this act like a spring, because what we don't want is this SMA 200 to get like a deviation, SOP, meaning we don't want this to get reclaimed. Let me delete this. And then what we do is we end up coming down, but we lose the SMA 200. That'll slightly be a little more weak for me and cautious. I'll be more cautious of this. But what could happen is we aggressively dump. This plays into the aggressive move up on Bitcoin. And then this acts as a spring and we quickly go up. You're going to have to be fast though with the short, because once this occurs and we get this entry here, that literally could mean, bearish retest done. Now we're nuking. So I do believe it's going to be like really, really, you're going to have to watch closely at the zone, gauge the 2 areas. We understand though that there's more of a chance of us at least testing the daily 9, which is right around the daily EMA 100. Each time we've lost that, we generally like to retest it. If we're right on this long though, that gives us a pretty easy long up. I'm happy with a almost 10% gain. That's a clean 2x if you're on a 10x, or a 200% if you're on a 20x.
Yeah, we're already on fucking mega positive numbers, dude. Like,
Oh,
Great
no,
job.
we're up 1.5K on this long with no drawdown. You know, I could promise you that there wasn't people giving longs out. Look at us. We were waiting for this. We shorted even this move down, flip long, no drawdown at all. You had 1 minute of drawdown, and then it's just been green, 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 green. Since I'm here, let me just look at Sol too. Why not? Just
oh, it's beautiful.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah,
beautiful. Build our long, and then nice green build out. And this is trading, boys. Like, this is why it's not hard. If you have your levels and you're patient and you wait, it's easy. This is simple to me. And this is kind of like why markets right now, they've been really annoying. They've been hard. We've been in a very tight range. This was very boring to me. But we understand that these are often the most important times. People get complacent when you start ranging like this, and they get very used to this price action. Luckily for us in the academy, we were waiting for this opportunity, and now we're seizing it. So while everyone's going to be late to this trend shift, they're going to be late to the lower high, the bearish retest, we're going to be TPing our longs and flipping short again. We're going to play this market like a book, and it's very easy to identify. Down markets are my favorite markets to play because they're very to the book. Very, very to the book, and they're extremely simple. Like, I'll toot my own horn again, but this short we gave last night, it was easy to me to identify that because of the EMA 100. And why else? Well, I also have this wick high rejection here. So what I was able to do is give a short out where our stop loss was less than 0.3%. Where that ended up printing 3%, I believe. Yeah. Like, that's just good risk to reward. That's easy trading. And that's just because downtrends often respect, the lower highs. And then that's just how it is. So that's all I have on Bitcoin, though. I mean, now we're waiting for the tether dominance throwback. Let's just, patiently gauge that. If we end up, coming back to here, and let's say Bitcoin's not at 95.5, but maybe closer to the daily 9, okay, cool. I might sell all my longs here and flip short. I'm going to be gauging that 4.69 as my criteria to sell my longs on Bitcoin. If we end up coming down here and that's it, that's going to be it. I want to then flip short on Bitcoin. I'll be wrong. If we start losing 4.69, and then I can just close my shorts again. Until then, though, this is just easy. This is looking exactly like what we talked about. This is fitting my bias beautifully. And lastly, I want to talk about this because we haven't yet, and that is the 5 days expanding. So congrats for anyone that was, patient with this. We got the expansion, and now I'm mentally noting what was telling us that this was going to occur. It was tether dominance 5-day expanding along with its weekly. So now we mentally can note whenever you get into this environment where we're max chop, unsure what's going to happen, but tether dominance starts doing what we want Bitcoin to do meaning the volatility setup start expanding on tether dominance. This is my mental note to say, okay, well, this is going to front run and bleed into Bitcoin, and that's exactly what it did. So now we see even the weekly is starting to expand here. 5-day is already expanding, and now what we're getting is that exact scenario I talked about. The 12-hour bled into the daily, which is now the dailies bleeding into the 5-day, which the 5-day will bleed into the weekly. So that is just the environment we're in. Of course, there'll be moves to the opposite side, but that's just where trend comes into play. So, we haven't had a 5-day setup to the downside since the bear market here. So just understand the entire bull market, we've had these 5-day setups fire off. Volatility is direction neutral. The last 5-day setup was this bear market. In the bear market, 2022 FTX collapse is when we made the low. So just so everyone's aware of that. What else was I going to talk about? I guess that was it. Volatility expanding. Tether dominance going for the throwback. Just check Dixie real quick. It's been a little, fucky, but we have that daily silver cross to the downside. Daily trend is still down. This puts pressure on our euro short. Again, same criteria though. It's very easy. You're going to want that daily EMA 100 to get reclaimed. In doing so, that'll give you a nice move to the EMA 9. Once we reclaim that EMA 9, that should be our confirmation of this being some kind of bottom. That will bode well for our euro short going into March, right? March, we're potentially testing the 38.2% here. I ideally want in 2 days, euro to go down. which is interesting to see because then this could tell me Dixie could start moving up within the next 2 days, which could tell me that maybe our Bitcoin long TP is very fast. Maybe bulls need to just get this up in the next 2 days. It's all speculation, but who knows? Ideally, in the next 2 days, though, we see euro close under the 1.045 level. Then that could solidify this being the just another retest of resistance, and then into March, which would be the the fourth opening under. You potentially can get that expansion down. Areas of interest are still that psychological $1, and then potentially all the way to 95s. Why am I bringing this up? Because if Dixie, right, is still in a monthly uptrend, we're still gauging potentially where the higher low can come. This going up will bode well for Bitcoin bears. So just be aware of that. But yeah, that's all I have on markets. It's been pretty easy. Let's just see if today's low holds. If we end up losing this low today and we come all the way down, yeah, probably not a good sign. I wouldn't be scaling longs or shorts. I'd just be waiting for the SMA 200 tap. That's then where we potentially could get that bearish retest. But until then, I'm going to be hoping that, we got the move. We filled our longs. Shorts aped into here. Now we're ready to go up. Yeah, that's all I have. I'm curious to see what Farn has now.
Let's see what he has, aside from a lot of great colognes.
Hey, I always smell nice.
That's what I'm saying.
Alex has firsthand
experience
of my favorite one.
Yeah.
That's a little gay, but
I mean, it was.
It came out way more gay than I imagined. It came out way more gay than it was in my head.
Damn, someone is up 10.2K on the Solana long on Blowfin. Just so you boys know.
Oh my holy God.
Buddy is up more than me. God damn.
Let's see, which time frame do I want to go down to? Which one fits my bias the most? So right now, I'll start with the monthly. It's the most bias fitting. So we have multiple rejections of this top 38.2%. Whenever we usually get that, we have at a minimum a target of hitting the median, which right now the median lines up very well with this 5 EMA. And not only are we losing the median, but we're losing the 5 EMA as well. And whenever we're in basically an up-only market, we like to hold this 5 EMA. And then the sideways markets is where we like to go down to the 9. When we lose the 9, then that bull market is basically over. As of right now, we are losing the 5, and that would bring us down to hitting a minimum of the 9. Right now, 9 is sitting at about $80,000. But the significance of that would be that you're breaking all of these lows. You're making a local top. RSI is making a lower high at this point than it was here. You have monthly bearish divergence. Right at this point, you never confirmed bearish divergence when you lost the 5 EMA. That'd be the difference between this loses the 5 and this loss of the 5. The closest comparison in historical price to this loss of the 5 would be right here. Whenever we lost this 5 EMA, like we did, like we're about to right here, in this area, we confirmed monthly bearish divergence on the RSI, which is the same thing we do here. If we close below the 5 EMA, we would confirm that monthly bearish divergence. And that has a 100% hit rate of calling the end of the bull markets. Whenever we confirmed that bearish divergence here, we actually went all the way down to the 21 EMA and then eventually broke it after getting a slight bounce there. Pretty big bounce, actually. With that monthly EMA right now is 21 EMA is sitting at around $65,000. So that does push towards my bias significantly, which is why I like to start with the monthly. It's one of my biases right now as we continue this dump with the 5-day setup expanding towards somewhere around $60,000 to $65,000, and this is where we get our first major bounce. And probably that bounce is somewhere between 20 or 30%, maybe even upwards of 40%. But I expect that bounce to eventually fail and us to go towards the bear market bottom at that point, like we did over here. Once that bounce eventually failed, we went to our bottom, and I'm expecting that bottom to be somewhere around that $42,000 to $45,000 area. But let's just apply how much of the percentage that would be towards that $60,000 to $65,000 area and see if it lines up with the 5-day move. We start at about $90,000 from where it started expanding right there. We're currently down about 6.7%, not really that much at all. We're to take 30% down from here brings us down to about $64,000. Very close to that that monthly 21 EMA, which is at right now 64,500. Very, very, very close. Like a percentage away, maybe not even that. Gives very significant confluence in this area. Plus, it lines up with the 50% HPDR range that we do likely get a pretty significant bounce from here. When we got that bounce in this one from the wick low, from the 21 EMA, it was about 44% to the upside. So let's apply from here about 40% to 44%. That would bring us a retest of about $90,000 basically. Probably isn't going to be that high because of diminishing returns and continuing cycles. So let's apply about 30%, and that brings us to about $85,000. Very significant area because that's our current local bottom right now. So that area would be significant. Then let's do somewhere around 25%. 25% brings us to right around $80,000. What I think is probably more likely to happen though, once we tap this $65,000 area, probably going to get a significant bounce from here to which is going to be the bull trap phase where we had right over here, maybe somewhere up to like $85,000, possibly upwards of $90,000. I don't think $90,000 is going to happen. Maybe somewhere around $80,000 to $85,000, and then from $80,000 to $85,000, you're probably going to get a pretty aggressive move over the next couple of months towards the 55, which right now is sitting at around $44,000. What happened last time before that's kind of before we even had the 55 EMA. But if you were to kind of draw it out to where it would roughly be around this area. Lost it momentarily and then quickly reclaimed it. That 55 would be my and plus the difference would be where we lost it at this point. We had FTX, which is kind of a black swan. If we avoid any major black swans, maybe MicroStrategy can avoid going bankrupt during that period, then maybe we can hold this 55 EMA at around $44,000 to $45,000, and then free quote unquote free ride to $250,000 from there.
If I'm not mistaken, FTX was not a black swan; it was a Jewish swan.
Indeed. But I will not repeat that phrase.
Hey, why can a swan be Jewish? All right. Michael Saylor is a white swan. All right.
You're not going to get me on clip saying that.
Damn it.
Too smart for that, sir.
Almost spit my water.
The thought of me being smart, it's so dumb that it makes you spit your water.
That's basically it.
On the monthly, we're getting several rejections of the median on the index, and we're on the index as well as the perpetuals. We are losing the 5 EMA. So spots losing the 5 EMA, perpetuals are losing the 5 EMA. It's not looking good anywhere around. And the last time that we lost the 5 EMA, we ended up correcting all the way down to the 50% range on the HPDR. Let's look at what the 50% range on the HPDR is right now. Oh, what do you know? It's at about $62,200. Very interesting. Very close to that $64,000 number. And right now, momentum is freshly losing the moving average, but volatility pointed up. Last time we freshly lost the moving average was right about this point, and we didn't have volatility support, and still we dumped. Where is it? So without volatility support, we went down 31.5%. We got volatility support. Let's see how much we've gone down so far from the loss of the moving average. About 16%. Let's take 31% from here. That put us to about $70,000. Once we get to $70,000, we'd have monthly, and then next quarterly we'd have a quarterly bearish divergence, and that likely brings us down significantly worse. Only other comparable time was in late 2021 when we went down from we had a real breakdown from about $55,000 towards $25,000 over the next 6 months.
Wait, so why on the monthly you're saying that it would be $70,000 or around there for the bearish divergence? The bearish divergence
we'd already have it.
92.
Yeah, we'd have it way deeply.
Sorry, just wanted to understand. My brain is too small.
It would be basically almost no possibility of reversing it at that point, and then that would bleed into the quarterly, which the quarterly right now confirms it below 58,890. But the next quarterly after, which is going to be in June, the number is going to be 89,224.
Ooh.
Because right now, the switch to the quarterly, come on. Sometime today.
Man.
Sometime today. Oh, I can see it in this shit rat's eyes. I think he wants to bite me. Fuck you. All right, so on the quarterly right now, it is a little bit difficult to confirm this bearish divergence because you'd have to close below 58,890. But on this next one, it's going to be whatever the low of this candle is. Right now, to confirm it, you'd have to be 85,539. So we'll see how low this quarterly candle goes. And then on the next open, whatever the low is on this one is going to be what we need to confirm the divergence. As of right now, it's 85K. So if we go into the 70s, it's not going to be really that difficult to confirm that quarterly divergence at that point. And let's see what the quarterly would bring us to. Quarterly bottom 38.2% right now is sitting at right around $58,000 to $60,000. And then the 21 EMA is sitting at my bear market bottom number of around $44,000 to $45,000. We corrected to around the 21 EMA on that Luna dump, and then FTX happened and we went a little bit lower. Then right after FTX, we immediately reclaimed that 21. And then after we reclaimed the 21, we went to, where did we go? To what at this point was, what was this, 61.8% on the HPDR? So the 61.8% right now is sitting, good Lord, this is not going to happen. $873,000.
Oh. I mean, he will eventually.
Probably not anytime soon.
No.
Bitcoin is trading at $800,000. Big Mac is going for $675.
That's right. Talk to my girl Kathy.
I'm gonna be getting the pay in 6 months plan on Big Mac.
It's gonna be like a mega wild luxury to eat at McDonald's.
That's how it is in third world countries.
Yeah, it's like a family thing. Yeah.
When the McDonald's first opened up in Pakistan, they had like a 3-hour-long wait line there, and people were all taking pictures in front of the establishment. And only rich people can afford to eat McDonald's in Pakistan.
Damn.
Because the average salary is like, I think $3,000 a year.
Holy shit! God damn.
My cousin is a surgeon. He makes like 7 or 8K a year.
Next time I hear someone complaining about how much I'm paying them, I'm gonna say,
hey,
like, "Oh, really?
You're lucky you're going to Pakistan." On the 2 week, we are getting a breakdown in the works. We have lost at 38.2%. Last time we lost at 38.2% on the 2 week, we corrected down. Yeah, actually even below the 21 EMA, went all the way down to the 78.6%. Right on the 78.6% is right above this 55. 78.6% sits at about $66,000, and the 55 sits at about $62,000. Right, also along my bias of the major bounce zone to make our next major lower high before we continue dumping significantly towards that 100 at around $49,000, $48,000. Probably below that 100 because that's what my bias says, towards 44. Right now, the 2 week momentum is about to break into the bearish control zone. The last time we got to this area on momentum, we didn't have volatility expansion support. We had volatility contracting right here. And that was when we went to the 21 EMA. So even if we were a situation which was less bearish than we were right now, that would bring us down to $80,000. The situation we're in right now is more bearish than that because we have volatility support, making that $80,000, even if it's that $80,000 zone, even if it is a short-term local bottom, which it probably will be because of the round psychological number, probably not going to last very long before it dumps again. Right now on the Jewel, this is quite worrying. We're getting the pink slightly above the yellow. On this next open, maybe 2 max, it's going to cross below the yellow, and we have the dark blue crossing below everything else. And we have a God mode sell signal. Let's do the God mode extended with a vertical line. When we first got it, right over there. This is going to be not as strong because the pink crossed below the yellow.
Yeah, that's a crazy good looking fucking basically sell signal.
Let's do this one right here. Nope, we got it right there. Right there. Oops.
So this one is a God mode sell signal. And on top of that, they're all bunched up together coming from the same place.
Yep. And it's coming from the critical, right around the critical zone.
Fuck.
Now let's continue.
Hope people are ready to make money.
I hope people are ready to see a scary amount of drawdown for these examples.
Oh, that's a good one.
That one's perfect. Let's see. This one, not really. This one. Actually, this is kind of comparable, so just mark it off. This is even below before we had the yellow. So these examples are about to show you why, and especially the speed that they play out, why it's so exciting to be shorting these markets while everybody else is losing money. This doesn't
so much fun.
Like, yeah, especially with all of the fear and the chaos and everything going on, and then you're looking at positive P&Ls. Kind of tickles the ego a little bit.
I mean, this is the most fun I've had in any cycle whatsoever, by a lot. Like nothing of stress whatsoever. Not a single level of stress is running through my body.
Yeah, and I mean that's just because it's easy to understand, and then when you understand, it just makes it totally stress free.
Yeah,
that's why Crown calls it the only video game in the world that pays you.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
he's
facts.
absolutely right.
Over the span of how many was this? The 29th of April until 29th of April until June. So roughly 2 months. 2 months you had a 51% drop. Quite fast. This one, this was January 20th until January 5th, so about a year, you had an 80% drop. This one, 15th January 2018 to December 2018, so about 11 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 11 months, you had 76% down, very similar to that 80%.
And that's the one that looks, that's the signal on the 18th that looks the most like the one we have right now.
Yep. Let's take this one. This was March of 2021 towards November of 2022,
Same.
about a year, 75% down. This one.
So what you're saying is 25K is the bottom.
I don't think so. It doesn't fit my bias. 27% down. So far we are down 10%. Let's take the minimum of 27%. Brings us to about $70,000. Very interesting number. $70,000 to $65,000. If we were to apply, is that short-term bounce zone? I personally think it's going to break $70,000 and go towards 65. Probably there is where you find that local bottom. Let's do 45% down for the middle number. That brings us to about $53,000, and then 75%. Good Lord, that's $23,000. That one doesn't fit my bias, so we'll just pretend that one didn't happen. Weekly as well as Jewel momentum starting to flip back around with volatility support. The Jewel is now crossing below the bullish control zone, but the pink crossing below the yellow. Mark that with a vertical line. Pink crossing below the yellow, losing the bullish control zone. Oh, fuck. I hate it when that happens. Pink. Right there. Let's get one more example. Let's do that one. Quite the dumpski. From open, oh fuck, open to close, open to low. That is 61% down. $49 down. $68.9% down. No, 69% down. Beautiful number. $26 down. And from this one, only 8% down. Let's do 26% down. That's about $70,000, $71,000. Let's do 40. About $56,000, and then 69%. A little bit lower than my bias.
I was gonna say, there goes your bias.
That brings us to about $30,000. But here's what fits my bias. Numbers are smaller each cycle. Let's apply that 55%. That's $43,000. That's more bias fitting.
I'll also say this. Last time, that's what everyone said. After 2021, they were like, well, it didn't go that many X's up, so it's not going to go that many X's down. It certainly went further in X's down.
It didn't do exactly this much drawdown as the previous cycle, though. It did about like 75% instead of 90%.
Well, instead of 90%, that's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. Bitcoin correction.
But hey, would
75%.
Would you rather lose? But imagine you lost 90% of your money and then you lost 75. It's like not really big of a difference.
It's the same, yeah. At that point, like those people that just huddle all the time, it's kind of like retarded. But God bless them. Learned that the hard way.
People who are like, I will never sell a single Satoshi ever,
yeah,
no matter what the price goes up or down.
It's cold.
Just whenever it does, it's like 5x on a cycle, just sell. You don't need to get the top. And then when everyone is like, Bitcoin is dead, just buy it again. It's
they don't want to be
rocket science.
Everyone is afraid of being the guy who spent 10,000 Bitcoins on the pizzas.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now that we have that one story, everyone is going to be afraid to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And now on the weekly, we are losing this 38.2%. Last time we lost it on the weekly, it's like right there. We correct it down to the 55 EMA. Right now, the 55 EMA is at right around that $74,000 area. 5 days into the bearish control zone. The last time we were there, we corrected down to the 55 EMA. Right now, that is at about $80,000. The difference is, though, that time we didn't we didn't, because volatility started contracting whenever we got there. So now we have volatility support within the bearish control zone. See, last comparable time we had that, volatility was contracting once again. I think that was the bear market. No, it was right here. It was during this dump of January of 2024 where we dumped about 21% to the downside. Let's do 21% to the downside from here. Brings us to about $70,000, $69,000 to $70,000. Very interesting. Also a very significant number. $69,000 is that 2021 cycle high. Probably does provide some type of support there. Likely fails, but it's going to be a nice short opportunity there at that 2021 market cycle high. 2 days also flipping into the bearish control zone with volatility support. First time in a long time that that's happened, with the jewel rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone and going right back into it. Daily is in the bearish control zone with volatility flipped up. Jewel's losing the getting out of the bearish control zone and getting right back into it. 4 hours now flipping back down on momentum. It's gonna depend on how this current 4 hour candle closes. If it flips into the bearish control zone back again or not, or if it successfully breaks out. What we want to see is a hope for bulls hopium sake with the word I'm trying to say. We'd want to close above $88,168, $169. Let's say 88,170. We can close over there. That would confirm this is quite the swing failure pattern, and that should flip momentum to the upside, along with volatility support. And then we'd have this jewel God mode buy signal as well, likely giving us a pretty decent bounce from here. And the areas we can look at for a bounce zone would be somewhere around this top 38.2%, towards anywhere around there towards the 21 EMA. And that would put us at around $90,500 to $91,500. Anywhere from this zone to this zone is going to be a fair game for that jewel God mode buy signal. And this would be our next very high probability short area. And the invalidation on that short would be any tick above this area right here at about $92,600. Pretty fair, or pretty small, what do you call it, risk. That would be about 1.46% if you're wrong. And if you're right, then this further dumps to $80,000 where we probably bounce. It's about 12.5% to the downside.
1 to 12. Pretty good.
And then if you were to be a very aggressive and not close on that bounce zone, take it down to 74. It's about 18% to the downside versus 1.5 risk to the upside if you're wrong. Very significant area, and I very likely will be taking a short in this area. And what also coincides with that high probability bounce on at $80,000 is you're hitting the 97.5% of the HBDR. Last time we hit the 95%, we got a significant bounce. But even that would take us to $82,000, which would be pretty significant gains off of that short. That'd be like over 10% to the downside versus 1.5% to the upside. Ding! Here we go. This is that bearish divergence that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. It is now starting to populate on the RSI. We have a high right here on price. We have a higher high. We have a lower high on RSI. And now that it's become possible, or it's become past the zone that we need to confirm it, it has started to populate, giving us a possible bearish divergence with only 2 days and 9 hours to go to unconfirm it. And as of right now, as long as we close below 89,224, this will confirm this bearish divergence. First time we've had bearish divergence since October of 2021, which we then confirmed in December of 2021. That bearish divergence in December 2021 marked the bear market. And we went from there another, on the confirmation, another 66.5% to the downside. After it was confirmed, did we get a bounce? Let's see. We got a bounce of 3.8% before further nuking. So there goes much hopium of seeing any exit bounce after the divergence has already been confirmed. And the first target off of that divergence is going to be the entrance of the bullish control zone, which, what do you know, it lines up with my bias very beautifully at $74,800. Very likely gets a high probability zone for a bounce there. Also lines up with that CME gap, making people think they've bought the fill of that CME gap, bounce up towards maybe $85,000. They're in euphoria, doubling down on leverage. Then the real nuke starts from there. And after that happened, it dumped another immediately 28% to the downside. So if you were to take 28%, brings us to the next significant area where my bias lines up is $64,000. Just biasing all over the screen right now. I hope none of this bias is getting in the camera lens. And as of right now, how much of a dump were we getting? We've currently underwent 21, almost 22% to the downside. Monthly volatility is still contracting. Imagine what's going to happen once monthly volatility starts expanding and we expand from below 15%. The last time we had monthly expansion on volatility was during our United States setup of 2023. The time before that we had volatility expansion the monthly was during May of 2022 during the Luna dump, right before the Luna dump. Very, very interesting, because that dump, when we get volatility expansion, right there, that dumped us about 61%. 61% from here would be a very disturbing number, so I'm not going to show you guys what that would be. Spoiler alert, it would be in the 30s.
And that does not fit my bias.
It does not at all. The week now has 3 drives of bearish divergence populating right now, bringing us towards if this wait, no, that was it the monthly? Yeah, the monthly is what I'm talking about. And that monthly hidden bullish divergence would also take us towards the middle zone in this RSI, which would basically complete picture perfect inverse head and shoulders right here. And that middle zone on the RSI fits with my bias very beautifully at 42,278. You could wick below this number. You just don't really want to close below this number. And once it maintains that and it closes this area, that would give us a target of hitting the bullish control zone, which as of right now, bullish control zone is sitting at 70. No, this is the bullish critical zone. That right now is sitting at $114,000, but this number is going to change and it's likely going to drop because it's going to take a lot of months to play out. And then we'd have a beautiful inverse head and shoulders, and that would likely take us towards over $200,000. But this is probably going to take also more than 2 years to play out. And this is a monthly chart, and this inverse head and shoulders goes from March of 2021 towards like this. January of 2025. That's like a 4-year inverse head and shoulders. So it's not unreasonable to say it's going to take 2 years for it to play out. Maybe it will take even longer than 2 years. So this shouldn't really be giving anyone any real hopium of stopping this bleeding anytime soon. Oh, inverse head and shoulders, you're going to make a higher low. Like, no, we can come all the way down to $42,000 and this will still be a valid inverse head and shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
And $42,000, like you, no matter what position you're taking right now, you'd be liquidated even at 1.5x.
That'd be terrible. And please, boys, pray for your boy. I might be getting $1 million deal for something. I never say anything, but I'll take $1 million.
Inshallah.
Please.
On the weekly, we are getting towards the bearish control zone, which is very interesting that weekly hasn't really even seen volatility expansion yet when we've gone down pretty hard. So imagine once we actually really get volatility expansion on the weekly, it's going to bring us down minimum towards this 55, which right now is $74,000. Very beautiful number, very bias fitting, very high probability local bottom area here, bounce here, like we did end up bouncing here. Here we reversed. What's the reason why that's not likely this time around is because of that monthly and 2-week bearish divergence, making it high probability of a local, at least local bottom, but a failed bounce. Maybe we can get upwards to somewhere around like $85,000, $90,000 in the most bullish scenario, and that ends up likely failing and taking us towards 100 at around like 60, 63. This area probably gets a bounce towards this 70,000 to 73,000 area, likely failure towards the 200. Right now, that's at $44,000 to $45,000. 5-day now has also confirmed bearish divergence with that volatility expansion. The next target off that 5-day divergence is going to be this 55 EMA, which is right around $80,000. And then the RSI target would be the critical zone, which right now is at 49,500. Very bias fitting. 3-day is now about to put in a drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high, and that will confirm as long as we're closing above $91,341. That would give us a target of the bearish critical zone. Bearish critical zone. Right now, that level sits at $63,000. Very bias fitting. Everything and every chart today is fitting the bias. Nothing on the 2-day. Daily is getting a volatility expansion for many periods of 0%. And this turned out to be the space laser setup. We're only at 62% on volatility, so we can still continue dumping. Maybe somewhere down to that 200, which right now is that 80 around the $80,000 area. But the bias right now is that we'd get the retest on this silver cross before that happens. Maybe even to the probably not silver cross, maybe the 5 EMA, which is right now somewhere around $90,000, but this is going to drop. I'd want to see it somewhere around like maybe, that 90, it's at 91. I'd want to see it somewhere around 90. Four hours now getting many periods of 100% volatility. And now it's starting to get volatility contraction. We've dropped below the moving average. And since this volatility did expand on a significant move to the downside, the mean reversion bounce, which mean reversion move should be a bounce to the upside, which we are getting right now. And we are currently from the wick low up about 2.4%. Not really that much. But that does line up with a God mode buy signal on the jewel, which is coming from the bearish control zone. So from anywhere from here, should expect a bounce towards around maybe that $90,000 to $91,000 area, and that would be a bounce of about 5 towards 6.5%. Quite significant, quite tradable, but very likely ends up failing, and because the trend's shifted down now, even on the weekly, likely ends up breaking down from there. And by that point, while we're bouncing towards $91,000, very likely this volatility is going to have reset, giving us fuel for the next dump. Ding! Here's some very sorrowing details. That fib level that we've been watching, that consolidation zone at that 161.8% is now officially getting lost. And once we lose that area, it likely comes back down towards the 78.6%, which was our confirmation for the breakout. That level right now is sitting at right around $68,500. Just below there is the golden pocket, which is likely going to be our significant bounce area, and it lines up right with that 21 EMA that's sitting at $64,000. So if we were to lose that 78.6% closing basis, that would bring us back down towards somewhere around this 27%, and that's sitting at $42,800, $43,000. Very beautiful, right around this 55 EMA. That's what my bias says will be the bottom of this bear market. And now, right now, we are flipping momentum down after we had bounced at the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be flipping down as long as we close below $92,700. Last time momentum flipped down on the monthly was right here. We corrected 33% from there. 33%. Let's take momentum from this point and do 33%. Brings us to about $58,000 roughly, give or take. Very close to $60,000 area. The other time, the difference though is we're going to also lose the critical zone. We didn't lose it here. Here we lost the critical zone. That was a dump of 49%. So let's take 49% from here, where we're losing the critical zone. Oh, beautiful. Fits my bias exactly at $44,500. Just change the setup until it fits your bias. 2 week is now flipping down on momentum, still getting volatility contraction after this massive dump. So it just kind of puts me into fear that how much are we going to actually dump whenever volatility expands? Because whenever we had volatility expansions right here, how much did we dump? About 46%. 46% brings us right down to, I forgot what the number was. Yeah, right around $45,000. Very beautiful. And now the projection is on this next close. We are going to break out of the critical zone. And once we break below there, like we did right here, at the very minimum, we're going to come towards the edge of the bullish control zone, which with how much of a dump we've gotten now, we haven't even come close to the edge of the bullish control zone. That would be another very significant move down, at least twice of what we've had now. And that probably, how much have we had now? About 14%. So let's just do like that 20 to 25% more. That'd be somewhere around $68,000 to $65,000 area. Very beautiful, very bias fitting. That we'd likely get that bounce towards the edge of the bullish control zone. Then from there, that bounce likely fails, taking us towards the bearish control zone. Weekly, it's freshly turning down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $105,700, quite a ways away. And now we're starting to get volatility expansion too. It's not a good setup. Lines up with that target of that 55 at $74,000. Which is very, very interesting to see everybody now has that $74,000 number.
Everyone and their mom.
Makes me think maybe we go a little higher than 91.
My bias is at either 92,500 will be the stop, or the actual breakdown, which happened at like 94,800. That's a bearish retest of the breakdown.
My stop loss is at for my long is at the current wick low, and then when I short it, it's going to be at 90. I'm going to enter at 91.5, and the stop loss is going to be at 92.2.
Yeah.
And then if that one gets invalidated, then I'd short it at 94.8.
Gonna bring you in quickly, Alex, and then.
All right, 5-day. 5-day is now also flipping down, pretty strongly down with that volatility expansion, and that gives us that 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move from that direction. And as of right now, since momentum is flipped down below $98,450, that would give us that 30% move from where volatility started expanding right here. We take it from the open. 30% brings us to about $63,888. Very, very bias fitting, and it would fit the statistics of this setup very perfectly, like almost to a T, basically to a T, since the average move is 30%. Two-day is also getting volatility expansion with momentum flipped down below $90,000, so $91,000. Started expanding right from this point. The average move on the 2-day is somewhere around 25%. Like 25% brings us to about $70,000. Also very bias fitting of getting that bounce at that low $70,000 area. Daily is also flipping down, rejecting getting out of bearish control, and is flipped down below $93,180. Whereas the 4-hour is now flipping up, and along with volatility contraction, giving you an idea of a lower high bounce, which is the same idea as the short. I mean, the long that we all hopped into right now, and that will continue to play out as long as we're closing above $87,250 with volatility contraction. So once this does bounce back up towards somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone, which likely does get a rejection from there, that would line up with volatility getting a full contraction and then getting a nice dump from there. And that would be somewhere around this 21 EMA toward maybe most bullish case scenario ever is this 55 at like 93.8 to maybe $94,000. Wouldn't see it anywhere higher than this $95,000 area. As long as we're still going to be bearish, I don't see it going anywhere past that, and I don't think it's probably going to get there. What's more likely to happen is this zone right here is going to be resistance while this volatility resets, and then we get another dump. So right now on the higher time frames, we are freshly starting to flip the monthly down. We are losing the 5 EMA, giving us pretty grim numbers of going somewhere first around like $70,000 to $74,000, getting a little bit of a bounce there. Maybe that bounce takes us all the way towards like 85,000, and then that's likely a rejection. Likely going to bring us down to somewhere around $60,000 to $64,000. Likely get a little bit of a bounce there, and that bounce likely ends up failing again. And from there, we probably get the aggressive dump like we got in the Luna dump, probably towards somewhere around the low to mid 40s, like $40,000 to $44,000. That area we probably grind out for a little bit, like we did after finding our FTX bottom, and then from there, I believe that $40,000 to $45,000 area is going to be the next bottom.
Boom! Get fucked, everyone. By the way, you want to see something that will disappoint you tremendously?
What?
Obviously, I mostly use this Bitcoin chart right here, but this one is my old Bitcoin chart, and I literally just made my entry based on this. And I said, when I was looking for like what's going to be the entry, I said the tap of this fucking line, and that's what it was. It's so pathetic.
Good
but
Lord.
It worked.
Sometimes the most simple, dumb things work the best.
I mean, it's not like I just grabbed this one and looked at it and said, wow, what a great opportunity. It's all the confluence of everything you guys were saying. And just for me to be like, all right, where can I be a stickler and see like where my entry is going to be? And I fine-tuned it based on literally the tap of this line, which thank God was literally the fucking bottom of the bottom.
Yeah, damn.
Every now and then I'm lucky.
Beautiful.
Every now and then. And then every now and then my car burns down. So, you know, it goes both ways. It goes both ways.
Hey, but hey, didn't you burn it down by smoking weed inside of it?
Of course I did. Everybody knows that. we're doing Nvidia after next, and that's Alex is doing that, and then also Rivan. So Farhan, you'll be doing Rivan, and I'll get going with this right now on the Bitcoin. You boys having fun with your Bitcoin, huh?
Please tell me they at least sent you your insurance deductible back.
Oh no, I made money on the Senna.
Oh really?
Oh, I made 75,000 profit.
Oh nice.
I know, because someone right after me, someone stupider than me bought theirs for 1,725.
Oh nice. So,
yeah.
So you ended up so you proved them right.
Yeah. And by the way, the insurance was like, we're not gonna pay you whatever you paid. We're gonna pay you whatever market is. I'm like the only idiot that bought the car. And then they were like, there's another buyer. We're gonna get the numbers. 1,725, bitches.
Guy can buy 2 Sennas for that now.
That's yeah. Oh, by the way, how crazy is that? But yes. Vale, pues. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Esto es algo, una estupidez que le estaba enseñando a Farhan y a Alex. Pero aquí tenemos nuestra tabla. Podemos ver exactamente lo que está pasando. Esta es una tabla semanal. Tenemos este oficial Don Perú con esta caída que nos llevó a esta gran entrada en los 85,500, alrededor de, dependiendo de qué exchange estés usando. Y en la que estamos ahorita, toda la academia en long, dándole delicioso junto con Solana. Ok. Antes que nada, vamos a empezar con temporalidades altas. Recordemos que nos gusta ver estructura a largo plazo. La cosa es que a largo plazo, y siempre he dicho esto, las cosas se ven más alcistas cuando estás en lo más alto y lo más bajistas cuando estás en lo más bajo. Por lo que quedarte viendo una tabla de 3 meses no te va a ayudar tanto. Lo que te ayuda es poder darte una idea, abriendo la fotografía y viendo desde lejos cómo se ve, ¿no? Y es lo que estamos viendo. Si simplemente estamos viendo esto, diríamos, güey, esto se ve todavía muy bien. Estás por encima del 9, por encima del promedio del 21, del 34. Tienes altos más altos, altos más altos. Y ahora simplemente estás corrigiendo. Es lo que diríamos en esta temporalidad. Al igual también tenemos expansión de volatilidad, pero la expansión de volatilidad, recuerda que puede empujar primero de un lado y después puede dar continuación a la otra. Por ahora nos dio la expansión de volatilidad, básicamente esto, que nos llevó hasta acá, pero ahora la volatilidad continúa expandiendo en lo que estamos cayendo en la trimestral. Nuestro punto pivote en la trimestral está básicamente en los, si no me equivoco mal, $58,000, lo que quiere decir que para que Momentum flipee para abajo en esto, tenemos que caer por debajo del promedio del 9. ¿Ok? Eso le falta bastante. En esta temporalidad se ve alcista Bitcoin. No vamos a decir que no. Mensual es donde empieza a cambiar la cosa, porque tienes vela topera. Si solamente vamos a analizarlo en diferentes formas. Tienes obviamente altos más altos, bajos más altos, todo este camino. Tienes una vela topera, que es esta vela roja, la pueden ver acá, y una confirmación de la vela topera es un cierre por debajo de 91,354. La cosa es, también tienes una divergencia bajista en el RSI, en Bitcoin. Si llegas a tener un cierre de esta vela en 2 días y 8 horas, this is 2 days and 8 hours, and we always say pivots and those pivot points where it flips down or up are always really close to being touched or touched. So if we're at 87, I think we're bound to get to 92 in the next few days.
Yeah, for that lower high, and then lines up perfectly with the long idea.
Yes, sir. Yes, motherfucking sir. Lo que estaba diciendo es, el punto pivote de bajada en esto es 92,400, ponte tú. Donde tengo, no es en esta, no tengo mi línea en los 92,000, en esta, en los 92,547. Voy a quitar esto, no lo voy a quitar porque honestamente me gusta, se ve que funcionó bastante bien, entonces voy a continuar usándolo. Pero ahí les va. Esta vela mensual, abajo de los 92,400, digamos, o sea, básicamente de acá, nos va a dar una divergencia bajista. Cada ciclo de Bitcoin de local ha acabado con una divergencia mensual bajista. Esta es una tabla mensual, lo pueden ver por acá. Y si se llega a dar, eso quiere decir que vamos a caer. Una vez que se da ese tipo de escenarios, la caída suele ser, dependiendo de qué tipo, porque además tenemos señal de venta en la semanal del Joule, etcétera, depende qué tanto vaya a ser este ciclo la caída, pero esto nos puede llevar ya esto nos va a llevar, en realidad, a menos de que en 2 días y 8 horas cerremos arriba de $92,500, esto nos debería de llevar entre los, básicamente, 58,000 a los 75,000. Y yo sé que es un rango bastante grande, lo vamos a ir descubriendo poco a poco y nos vamos a ir acercando poco a poco, como lo hemos hecho hasta ahora. Pero, cosa importante a notar también, en la mensual estás perdiendo tu promedio del 5. Este promedio del 5 lo habías aguantado bastante, Ricky. Hasta acá lo habías perdido una vez, luego lo retomaste y de ahí fue camino al cielo. Ahora estás perdiendo el promedio del 5. Tu siguiente parada técnica debería de ser los 80,610. Pero ahora tienes también esta línea. Vamos a decir que el siguiente mes, 78,500. No tiene por qué aguantar esta línea también. Es una línea meme en diagonal que yo puse, pero simplemente ha mantenido la tendencia por acá. Así que algo importante que notar también. Y a lo que estaba yo llegando con el punto que hice con Farhan y con Alex es, cada que llegamos a uno de esos pivotes de momentum, donde momentum va a cambiar y va a flipar para abajo y vamos a tener la divergencia bajista que está en 92,400, 92,500, normalmente vamos a esa dirección. Entonces, ahorita hemos tenido la caída, pudimos levantar este gran long en 85,500, 85,400, como hayas entrado, y ahora vamos para arriba. Yo me deshice instantáneamente del long en Solana. La razón por qué es porque instantáneamente tenía ya un 35% en el rebote, porque lo agarré hasta abajo, le puse en 134.69. En este no le puse tantos cojones, entonces voy arriba, creo que estoy 30% arriba en este, pero personalmente, Bitcoin, ahora que me he olido a Bitcoin un rato más, se me hace que tiene una gran posibilidad de venir y darnos mínimo este rebote, tal vez no tan alto, pero una vez más, cada vez que hemos notado esto de los puntos pivotes, el precio va y lo persigue. Solamente algo que notar y tener en mente. Además de eso, vamos a poner ya el arco iris favorito de todos, el HPDR, y podemos ver, la media está en 94,565, perdemos la media, vamos para abajo, siguiente parada debería ser nuestro promedio del 9 y de no aguantar, estás hablando de la zona baja que son $67,000, que también coincide con esta zona de soporte que debería existir básicamente para el precio acá, y es más, vamos a coronarla de una vez, ahí está. Ok, eso es en la mensual. Vamos a la semanal. También tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas teníamos nuestro setup acá de Hamas o de Estados Unidos y se está dando la vuelta con la volatilidad contrayendo. No tenemos nada. Además de que tenemos el rechazo tan famoso de esta vela pasada de hace 2 semanas con ese potente rechazo de la media. Después tuvimos otro rechazo, promedio 5, promedio 9 perdidos, y ahora estamos rebotando en el 50% en los 86,112. De no poder aguantar los 86,112, nuestra siguiente parada debería ser nuestro promedio del 21, que está en los 80,430. Y de no aguantar, eso nos pone con nuestra línea meme en los $77,000, que personalmente veo como va a ser una o gran oportunidad o va a ser un gran follón, porque justo por acá está el gap en CME para Bitcoin, que es la trampa más grande del planeta en mi punto de vista. Solamente no sabemos cómo la van a usar en contra nuestra. Semanal, tío. Déjame quito el promedio del 5 o sea, me cansa verlo. Vemos lo lejos que estamos de la media en nuestra tabla semanal. Vemos que perdemos el promedio del 9 por fin, después de todo este tiempo de haberlo aguantado. O sea, literalmente la última vez que habíamos perdido el promedio del 9 en esto fue acá en septiembre del 2024. Y ahora nos aguantó mi línea meme en diagonal, pero digamos el 50% que está en 84,390. De no aguantar esta zona en el 84,390, nuestra siguiente parada debería ser nuestro promedio del 34, que está en los $83,000. De ahí, una vez más, el área 79, 77 se vuelve a activar con el 61,8%. Pero acá quiero también que pongan atención a esto. Tienes un setup de volatilidad y la volatilidad todavía no está expandiendo oficialmente. Recuerden que lo ponemos en el 15%. Vamos a poner una línea meme acá en el 15% para poder ver cuando esto comience su expansión. Una vez que la volatilidad comience esta expansión, y también si estamos aprendiendo un poco del 5, y ahorita van a ver la de 5 días, esta expansión parece estar dándose a la baja. Y esto es lo que podría darse en el escenario semanal también. Vamos ahorita a verlo. Ven cómo está cayendo el precio. En este momento, lo que estaríamos nosotros esperando es un rebote mínimo, ¿no? A la zona, a la parte baja de la zona azul en 88,480, tal vez al promedio del 21, 89,440, pero para pensar ya que podremos ir a rebotar aquí a la media en los $100,000, ahora sí eso ya queda lejos. No dudamos que los 94 sigan en juego, que es donde está el promedio del 9, pero tienen que pasar muchas cosas muy rápido. Entonces vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí. Tal vez hay una oportunidad de corto por ahí de los 92, una vez más, entre 91 y 92 para dar continuación a eso, pero lo vamos a ir analizando cómo vaya llegando la situación. Vamos a la de 5 días. La de 5 días es una de nuestras favoritas. Pinta todo bastante sencillo, sobre todo cuando tienes setup de nula volatilidad y después tienes esta expansión, donde está dando la expansión en esta caída. Normalmente este tipo de setups, cuando tienes volatilidad en periodos de 0, después continúa por debajo del promedio del 15% y después se da, estás hablando de un setup que te da en promedio un 30%, un movimiento de 30%. Y si este movimiento está siendo apoyado a la baja, vamos a darle un 30%. Acá estamos hablando de 63,754, también llega hasta 35%. Ese 35% está en 58,000. Estos movimientos, y dependiendo de qué ciclo sea, en el ciclo del 2017, que es el que, en mi opinión, se parece más a este. Ahora, mucha gente va a decir, no por esto, no por esto. Simplemente es como lo estoy leyendo yo, ¿ok? No estoy diciendo que esté bien o no. Pero lo que yo creo y lo que yo veo en ese ciclo tardó un año el precio en caer en total un 75%, ¿ok? Un año. Personalmente no, yo creo que eso es lo que se va a dar, pero da igual de todas maneras lo que sea mi bias, simplemente vamos a ir paso a paso. Importante anotar, pierdes el bajo más bajo que hemos tenido aquí local en los 85,200, 85,300. Siguiente objetivo van a ser los 83,228 y de ahí los 81. Esto es donde ya, si rompemos a la baja, cambia completamente todo lo que estamos platicando en este momento, pero tienes el peligro de esta expansión dándose a la baja y es lo que estamos viendo en la tabla sin lugar a dudas. 2 días, nos está aguantando el promedio del 100, lo pueden ver que también coincide con nuestra línea meme en diagonal. De perder esta zona de abajo, estamos hablando de irnos al 83,600, pero por ahora pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 9 y nuestro promedio del 55 están en esa zona del 92,500, 92,200, que es de lo que está hablando Farhan, que es la parte baja de la zona azul. Ahí es donde creemos nosotros que podría ser la siguiente oportunidad de corto, por acá más o menos. Y eso también coincidiría con espérame, antes de pintar y de destruir mi trabajo, esto coincidiría con ¿qué? Con un bearish retest, que venga el precio acá a los 94,600 y bolas, güey, con fuerza para abajo, porque esta es la zona donde rompió, en mi opinión, a la baja el precio. Y normalmente sabes que tienes la posibilidad. Ahora, lo puedes cerrar antes, lo puede hacer acá abajo, ¿no? El rechazo, o simplemente lo puede hacer en el 50%, tenemos que ver. Pero las probabilidades nos dicen que si no rompemos este mínimo, deberíamos de mínimo buscar esta zona y de ahí continuar para abajo. Diaria. Diaria, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes una expansión de volatilidad en este super caidón. Esto es un, ¿cómo se llama? Un setup de láseres espaciales, donde todo te lo está aventando para abajo. Y todavía está apenas la volatilidad en 68,25%. Mínimo esperaría una expansión hasta el 78,46% o 84%. Aunque a Bitcoin le gusta ir al extremo, solamente estoy diciendo por un poco el pasado cercano. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Esto nos dice que muy probablemente, y el 81,756, que es donde está el S&P 200, tenga bastante fuerza para traer al precio. ¿Cuándo lo va a hacer? Ese es el misterio. Lo que nosotros pensamos por ahora es que Bitcoin va a rebotar, va a encontrar alguna zona de rebote a la baja y va a dar continuación a ese movimiento para el mercado bajista. Una vez más, yo creo que la mensual es el gráfico más importante en este momento en Bitcoin. Y cuando pones el mensual y entiendes perfectamente que abajo de $92,400 esto está cocinado, básicamente siguiente parada es $80,000 y vamos a ver cómo se da. Pero ahí lo tienen, o sea, viendo también Bitcoin, la dominancia de Tether, déjenme la pongo rápido para ustedes, cómo la dominancia de Tether está empezando a ganar terreno y ahora, ¿cuál va a ser la siguiente parada? El 5,56%, y ahí es donde vamos a ver si vamos a hacer un alto más alto o no, y de ahí la media queda bastante arriba. Esto ya se pondría en territorio de mercado bajista, brutal, y sobre todo cuando estás retomando el promedio del 9 en la mensual 55 y estás buscando entrar en la zona azul, la fuerza del movimiento es brutal. Vamos a ver en la diaria, todavía puede y está continuando la expansión en este setup de volatilidad que nos dio también y está en 80%, tiene más camino para correr, ese 88,3% no es un desconocido al precio, 5,6% sería nuestro siguiente objetivo de la dominancia de Tether continuando. Para la gente que está esperando la dominancia de Bitcoin caer, no, sigue subiendo, parece que se va a aguantar justamente acá en esta zona del 60,87% y eso debería de continuar destruyendo absolutamente todos los alts. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Nvidia. Manos de Alex.
Yes, let's run it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so Nvidia is interesting to me. We shared a Academy short yesterday, I guess, on Nvidia. It's playing out nicely so far, meaning we got the move up. We were expecting that. Right now Nvidia is in a downtrend, and it made it kind of easy to gauge a short for me because we have just all the moving averages basically all clustering around the same zone. So my idea on the short is, we were going to rally up. I didn't think, bears were going to hold 129 down for too long. And especially since that got reclaimed, that just kind of guided our bias for a move up. Now, though, we're at that spot where I'm watching for a nice rejection here. I want bears to kind of take over. I want this zone to be the lower high. And I quickly want us to get back under 129. If we can do that, it'll greatly increase the chances of us coming back to the SMA 200. But then at that point, you have to really question if that's going to hold. We start losing the SMA 200 on Nvidia. That'll be my confirmation that a major move down is brewing for Nvidia. And that's just simply because we haven't really lost that this entire bull market. You can see here the last occurrence on when we did lose that. It made it really easy. We lost it and then lost it. We held it here, lost it. And then from that point, we just ended up going down. I'll take it from that opening upon, once we lost it. I mean, yeah, that ended up going down 54%. I mean, even when we reclaimed it, that was still 26%. And that's why this zone's pretty important. Now, yes, we can chop around it, of course, and that's ideally not what we're getting because of just where weekly volatility is at right now. If we look at weekly volatility, it's on extreme lows and it's starting to expand. So obviously this isn't, set up yet. It's not above 15%, but once this does get above 15%, these weekly setups with extreme lows have often been pretty powerful. The last one we had was in 2021. And that was to the upside. So we had a nice move down, and then bulls took control. And then from that move here, that gave us a 62%. I mean, if you took it all the way to the high, it's just harder because it did end up slightly, I guess it didn't reset technically. So I mean, 169%. So regardless of how you look at it, it's a pretty big setup. So, right now that's kind of what we're dealing with Nvidia. We do see here it is catching somewhat support. Let me delete the LARP line right at that EMA 34. But what's going to be interesting for us is into this new week, and this is closing in 2 days. So next week, ideally, we will have lost that 21, and then that zone will just tie into resistance, kind of again confirming the short idea. Now, the short idea is based on a daily. I do think that today we'll want to start seeing this reject. You can already start seeing it starting to come down slightly, but it's still a long day. But if we start really losing that 133 zone, that'll just tie in nicely with the weekly losing the 21, and then that'll give us the next move down to the 34. But again, we end up really coming back down to this low here. You'll have to question if the SMA 200 is going to hold. So good chance it won't. Losing that will give you the next move down to the 117 zone. If we're there and we understand that the daily trend's down, then you have to really start wondering if the weekly trend is down. And this bulls are betting very much similar to like Bitcoin. Bulls are betting on this being the next higher low. And we'll just slowly grind bullish posturing here before ultimately breaking that last lower high. But if you notice here, I mean, we're rejecting around an interesting spot on Nvidia. We're starting to lose the moving averages. Generally speaking, we like to form lower highs and then move up and then start itching up. But that's based on the weekly 9. If we start losing the weekly 9, yeah, it's going to be really questionable, and that could really start putting this in a greater chance of flipping into a confirmed downtrend once we actually take out this low, which is at 113. Taking this low out would give me the next target closer to $105. That would be a pretty big zone for me. If we shift gears and go to the monthly here, you can just see, and this will move up into March, but right now the 21 is right at, $96.22. There's a good, I would bet that this will move up closer to the 100 in March. But on the flip side, the monthly 9 did hold, and we are, still above it technically. And this is closing in 2 days. So, it's going to be kind of interesting to see what Nvidia does in March, because it's not very clear. I mean, let's see where the median is. Median is, that's bearish, right? We are under the median. We are pretty much above it, I believe, this whole bull market on the monthly.
By the way, you also have earnings today after the bell, 420.
Oh,
swear to God.
oh, do you? Oh, damn. Well, just so you all are aware, then I wasn't, I didn't know that. You wanted them to be very cautious of this trade, because just similar to like Rivian, when it was looking pretty bullish, we had earnings, and I mean that didn't play out well for bulls. This is looking semi-bearish to me right now. So, I don't know if with earnings you can throw everything out the window for the day. So if you are short here, it is valid on the TA standpoint, but with the earnings, it can kind of wipe all that away. Manage risk here. Don't go all in. Don't, go balls deep on a short. It's logical. And honestly, if you start seeing dailies reclaim the EMA 100, you potentially could start closing that short and just, open it again if you lose it. It's very simple. But yeah, I did not know that. So appreciate you bringing that up. I'll definitely alert the Discord as well. But the monthly, it's not so easy. I mean, yeah, we have actually held that median this whole bull market. So I mean, we have lost it. This is now the 3rd month under it. Again, that's why it'd be a lot easier if we start losing that 130, in my opinion, on the monthly. That way, it could just start confirming that short, specifically on the daily, and then confirmed once we start losing the SMA 200. Now, so we understand the weekly as a volatility setup. How's the 2-week? Interesting. So that's also giving us volatility setup. It's in the breakdown posturing now, just simply because we're losing the 38.2%. You can see here, the reaction. We lost the 38.2% here. That was a pretty nice move up, actually. I will say that was a 27% move. We move here. We'll see what this was. 77% move. And then lastly here, these were all the most recent occurrences. 177% move. It's pretty impressive. What do these all have in common? Well, the last 3 were to the upside. We're now getting that first one downside. Obviously, this will confirm in 2 days. So, right, if bulls obviously push up, specifically close above 140, this will then start looking really good for test back up to the 150s. But until then, this is right now on the verge of losing that 2-week EMA 9. We're now losing the 38.2%. And something you'll note here is that is right around the 137 mark. So, could just tie into maybe we open the next 2 week, maybe we lose the EMA 9. That could be nice. Maybe then we'll reject the EMA 9 and go down, or we'll have the chance of going to the 38.2%. But remember, this will move in 2 days. So next week, we'll have to really see where this goes, because this will really determine a lot, especially when you already see volatility is confirming, yeah, no, this is going to give us a setup. The last occurrence was here, where upon expansion here, price ended up moving 116%. You have to really question too, if like Bitcoin, if we're on the camp that Bitcoin's going bear here, our stock's lagging, right? We understand Nvidia is the higher beta, higher risk asset for stocks, but Bitcoin's even riskier. So what you'll often see is the more risk on often bottom first, but they end up topping first. So what we can use is our Bitcoin analysis to slightly guide our bias for Nvidia if we're going to go on the thesis that this is slightly lagging right now. And currently, this could actually give us a nice short opportunity. So that's why I want to actually get the Academy short around here. I want to try to punt it. It's okay if we're wrong. That's fine. The stop is based on this high here. I believe, I can't remember off the top of my head, but that was just to, accommodate if we ended up going to the median. We still would be okay. But for now, this is still looking like, yeah, we're going to end up rejecting today. But with earnings, just be cautious. And into March, and we could really start seeing Nvidia move pretty dramatically up or down. And right now, we have more of a chance of going down. Okay, so we checked the weekly, the 2 week. What about the monthly volatility? Monthly is actually about to give us a setup. Now, yes, it's not. We're in like that kind of that bounce zone. If you'll see here visually, this is kind of the zone where Nvidia does like to bounce on volatility on the monthly. But hey, we'll have to see if this actually gives us a setup, because that could bode well for, maybe this whole short scenario plays out because we're getting such big setups. It's almost like Bitcoin, right? All these higher time frame setups are starting to brew, while Nvidia really isn't doing much. It's consolidating here. But again, often in these boring times are the most important. And with Bitcoin, we can kind of use that to guide our bias. And right now, Nvidia has a greater chance of breaking down. This has an implication for markets, in my opinion, specifically for risk in the tech sector. And it's funny because I do remember, I know no one else does that watches this, but I do remember us talking about, the fact that we closed that quarterly, the fact that we were on extreme volatility, and the fact that we were starting to lose the moving average. Generally, that just leads to, more downside when you start resetting that quarterly volatility. And so that is what's happening. I mean, we are starting to reset quarterly volatility, and you can see here, bears are starting to kind of gain some momentum here. But again, remember, everything kind of gets muted to the downside on that monthly 9. So the fact that bulls are, holding this and popping back above the monthly 9 is a good sign. I can't say that's not, but we'll have to really see where the 2 week 38.2% moves, along with this median on top of the monthly 38.2%, because this could move up. Median could move down. Watch the median shift all the way down to like the 133s, and then we end up just rejecting that on a shallow, move up into March. I'm still on the bias, though, that, the fact that we lost that SMA 200 here definitely makes me cautious. Yes, we've reclaimed it. We're still above it. But I don't know. Whenever you see a really strong asset like Nvidia and how it's performed, even come down to its SMA 200 and then let alone lose it, you do have to question that. And the fact that now we've even come back down to it is questionable. The fact that the daily EMA 100 isn't holding is interesting, while this move up is solely just resetting daily volatility. Okay. I mean, with the weekly volatility, though, we'll have to just be mindful of earnings. That could actually spark it. We're even getting a 5-day setup here as well. Short's kind of on par with that 5-day monthly 9. We reclaimed it. We lost it. We're retesting it. this should be the rejection zone. So we'll have to watch closely. Hopefully this coming down doesn't ruin our Bitcoin longs. I'll just throw that out there. You know, and if I'm wrong on this idea, that's okay. You know, I'll then mentally note I shouldn't have front ran that SMA 200 holding, but it's still logical in my head, specifically since that EMA 100 hasn't gotten reclaimed, you know. But that is just a, you know, caveat of this trade is, well, we are still holding the SMA 200. So, you know, we just want to be mindful of that. This is, you know, this filled our short. It is in profit now, but it's still a long day. So that's all I have on Nvidia. I'll post to the Discord now that earnings are coming, because I definitely wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So that people don't get absolutely railed in case.
Yeah.
Now the trend right now on earnings is great earnings. We don't give a fuck. We're going down lower. It's really weird. And then you have bad earnings, and then you have companies that just go up like crazy. So it doesn't really follow anything. It's just like a fucking lottery.
Yeah, it is a lottery, truly. So I did not know that. I'm not trying to play into that. So I definitely want to tell people, because especially if the short is already slightly in profit, they can de-risk.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo Nvidia, los manufactureros número 1 de chipsets alrededor del mundo, a mano de Jensen Huang, el CEO que firma chichis. Un héroe nacional, básicamente. Ok, básicamente, ¿por qué es importante analizar Nvidia? Número 1, mandamos una alerta de short. Número 2, tengan presente que hoy son los resultados. Si te dan resultados el día de hoy, personalmente preferiría yo no operar, porque es una lotería, güey. No hay nada de sentido en lo que pasa en el mercado. No es como lo de Rivan. Se supone que a todo el mundo que estaba esperando Rivan les dieron buenos resultados, pero no fueron buenos, ¿no? Aunque fueron buenos, no fueron buenos. Entonces, no hay sentido alguno en esto. Es literalmente jugar bastante arriesgado. Ahora, eres un degenerado como tu tío Salo y quieres jugar esta jugada, güey, entra con tantito. No tienes por qué también llevarte toda la cartera, todos los trades, ¿no? Ahora, con eso dicho, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en Nvidia y por qué estamos pensándola? Porque Nvidia está jugando un juego bastante asqueroso y sucio. Esta es una tabla diaria, lo vamos a poner en la semanal para ajustar y que se vea más sencillo. ¿Por qué digo eso? Porque estás viendo que vamos siendo bajos más altos, 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 pero ya no estás siendo altos más altos. Estos dos fueron tu alto más alto y desde entonces estás haciendo altos más bajos. Y lo que parece que estás a punto de hacer en este momento es simplemente tener un rechazo del 21, que está en los 132.77, y dar continuación a la baja. Así que vamos a tener que poner mucha atención porque esto no es claro, ¿no? Tienes el bajo, un alto más bajo, y ahora ¿qué sigue? Esa indecisión es de la que vamos a platicar en este momento. Vamos a ver la de 3 meses en Nvidia para darnos una buena idea de cómo se ve todo. Les digo, es bueno hacer solamente el zoom out. No nos está dando nada la volatilidad. La volatilidad, recuerda, está en extremos, cayendo por debajo de la media, contracción. Así que nada. Ya Nvidia ha tenido una subida potentísima todo este tiempo. Parece una escalera solamente al cielo y nada parece que lo vaya a acabar. Al momento, nuestro cierre trimestral, que falta un mes, 6 días, es una vela de indecisión. Es un doji. Que te dice, no sé si voy para arriba o para abajo. Pueden ver que el cuerpo gordo de la vela, un segundo, el cuerpo gordo de la vela es la parte en medio y tiene casi la misma cantidad para arriba y la misma cantidad para abajo. Eso te dice, no sé para dónde quiero ir. Indecisión, indecisión, indecisión. Dicho eso, vamos rápidamente a ver dónde está nuestro promedio del 5, y nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 115.16. Esto nos dice que estamos en una postura alcista y no hay cómo no verlo así, mínimo en la trimestral. De nuevo, no quieres hacer trades basado en esto. Toma demasiado tiempo en todo darse y toda la jugada darse. Así que no te quieres meter en problemas ahí. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la semana, en la mensual. Básicamente está yéndose, esto es algo que Alex nos enseñó, está yendo a la zona donde normalmente le gusta rebotar a la volatilidad de Nvidia, aunque pueden ver que también hay lugares donde le gusta meterse para abajo. Ahora, ¿esta expansión va a ser rápida a la alza o a la baja? No, porque el promedio, puedes ver acá que el promedio está bastante lejos todavía. el promedio de la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la línea blanca, es el promedio de la volatilidad, 100% arriba, 0% abajo, y esta línea normalmente la ponemos el 15%, pero de nuevo, aquí es donde tiene cara que le gusta rebotar al precio cada que lo viene a tocar. Nada es garantizado y además es irrelevante, honestamente. Ahora, en la mensual empezamos a darnos cuenta que habíamos perdido el promedio del 5 y el promedio del 9, pero los volvimos a retomar con este subidongo, en este velongo. Faltan 2 días y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela. Cerrando tal cual donde estamos, continuamos siendo alcistas. Simplemente este fue un alto, fue un bajo más alto, ¿no? Y después de ahí debería de ser un alto más alto. Pero viendo un poco más ya cercana la cosa, vamos a la de 2 semanas, vamos a poner el HPDR también para que lo puedan ver. En la de 2 semanas vemos esto, una vez más como en la de Bitcoin, ¿no? Uno, te está dando periodo de nula volatilidad por debajo del 15%, el 15% está acá, ahí es donde lo vamos a poner. Así que estamos llegando a volatilidad en cero, está en 8.73%. Eso nos va a preparar un setup a la alza o a la baja, no sabemos todavía. Acercándonos un poco más a ver el precio, podemos ver acá que estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 ya en la de 2 semanas, por debajo del promedio del 5 también, y nos está rechazando la zona azul. Después de habernos rechazado en enero la media, después intentar regresar, no poder tomarla, luego tuviste este gran pompazo y rechazo, y ahora está siendo rechazado en la zona azul, buscando cerrar por encima del 50%. Encima del 50% es $130. De perder esta zona en este cierre en 2 días y 5 horas, siguiente objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 21 en 122. Ahora, esto podría continuar siendo un bajo más alto que este, pero si se llega a llevar este de corbata y se va para abajo de los 113, estaríamos más inclinados a decir que esto va para abajo. Otra cosa por acá, la semanal no se ve bien. En la semanal ya perdiste el 21, el 9, el 5, todos, y ahora estás peleando por aguantar la zona azul. La zona azul está en 131.48. De perder la zona azul, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 126. En el 50%, pero si estás yendo al 50% y lo rompes, tienes una probabilidad alta de acabar en el 78.6%, y eso sí, sería un bajo más bajo. Y atentos, porque acá tienes un setup de volatilidad de cuántos, 1, 2, 3, 4 semanas en periodo nulo, y ahora está intentando expandir y está por encima del promedio, lo pueden ver acá, pero por nada. De nuevo, no consideramos que esto esté expandiendo hasta que podamos romper esta zona del 15%, así que atentos a ellos, todavía no se da, obviamente, ese setup. Vamos a ver la de 5 días. La de 5 días también viene de periodos de volatilidad nula por debajo del promedio del 15%, por debajo del 15%. Y acá estamos intentando retomar nuestro promedio del 9 y nuestro promedio del 5. De ser rechazados y no poder llegar a los 135.91 el día de hoy y cerrar por encima de eso, vamos una vez más a visitar la zona de los 125 o hasta los 112, dependiendo hasta dónde quiera caer esto. Diaria, y es por eso que se ve tan chido ¿cómo se dice? El short es porque tienes todos tus promedios acá, todos están desacomodados, todos están juntitos, y un rechazo por acá básicamente te garantiza ir a donde está el S&P 200 en los 126.41 y de ahí continuar para abajo. Pueden verlo abajo que estamos de la media, esto es bajista y todo el camino que tiene para antes de sobrecalentarse hasta los $107. Y eso obviamente nos haría poner un bajo más bajo y probablemente altos más bajos y nos diría que esta fiesta se acabó. Pero por ahora, viendo en la diaria Nvidia, yo creo que es bastante sencillo. Déjenme, voy a quitar esto y ahorita lo vuelvo a poner para que lo tengan como referencia. Nvidia está básicamente, y esto es lo que me gusta, recuerden, a mí me gusta simplificar cómo tradeo. Tienes una zona y acá tienes cabrón, perdón, se me atoró el dedo, se los juro por mi vida. O sea, básicamente tienes esta zona entera, ¿no? Y también tienes esta zona entera. Y básicamente lo tengo al revés acá, porque esto debería de ser una línea, ¿cómo se dice? Sólida, espérame. Ahí está. Y esto debería de ser una de estas. ¿Por qué lo pongo así? Porque estos son dos rangos y la parte doteada es la media. No es perfectamente la media, porque también con ojo de buen cubero no le estoy poniendo tal cual, pero siempre y cuando estés básicamente por debajo de esta línea, tu siguiente objetivo debería estar por acá en los 113. Por encima de esta línea, siguiente objetivo debería ser 140. Por encima de los 140, 148. Por encima de esto, nuevo rango. Pero por ahora estamos peleándonos en qué rango nos queremos meter. Lo pueden ver, es bastante sencillo de entender. Entonces, tenemos que estar alerta. Nos gustaría poder en la diaria poder tener un cierre arriba de los 133.75, que es el promedio más alto que hay acá. Eso sería el primer paso, y para saber si vamos más para arriba, un buen cierre por encima. Cierre. No te voy a pedir que vayas a estos altos, un cierre por encima de esta línea meme en 140. Eso te diría que vas a tener una muy buena probabilidad de ir a retestar la zona de altos históricos. Ahora, caes de los 129.90 y te llevas de corbata el S&P 200 en la diaria en los 126, vas a ir a buscar una vez más los 113 como mínimo. Como mínimo. Así que pongan mucha atención. Esto honestamente tiene cara de que se cocinó ya, y esto que va para acá, no tienes que ser un genio para poder ver eso, ¿no? Pero vamos a ver qué exactamente se da. Vamos paso a paso y recuerden que hoy Nvidia nos da resultados y eso podría ser demasiado negativo para lo que estamos a punto de vivir. Vámonos con Rivan, con el gran Farhan, a ver qué nos tiene por ahí para ver si ya nos vamos a volver ricos o no. Are we going to be rich or not, sir, with Rivian?
Spoiler alert, no.
God damn it.
Fuck. Damn, I have to be the breaker of bad news. I'm going to get death threats in my DMs now. How dare you say my beautiful electric car company is not going to go straight up?
I actually enjoy it. I posted yesterday, right? Like, I mostly do it on X for like the people that already follow me, not trying to fucking get more followers or anything like that. I'm like, guys, I'm going to put all my fucking money in Rivian and Tesla when the opportunity comes. Be fucking ready. And so many, obviously, you jump into the algorithm of the other people now, because apparently that was a provocative statement. People are like, ha, I'm going to lose all of your money on that Rivian bet. I'm like, all right, sounds good. Thank you. No one believes it. Sounds good. Sounds good. And this is why it's going to work.
That's what they used to tell people when they were buying Tesla before the Model 3 came out. Can't you
right.
see this company is obviously going to go bankrupt?
And can I tell you something? It's identical, dude. Like, I'm not here being a genius. I'm not here being even smart. I'm just here remembering what happened. That's it.
It's just pattern recognition.
I'm old, dude. I learn.
That's all trading really comes down to, is pattern recognition. 100%. That's why autists are the best at it. Prime example.
Stop giving yourself flowers, sir.
Sucking myself off. So as of right now, we are getting multiple rejections of this top 38.2%, which kind of the trend is on the monthly is we get a rejection of the 38.2% and then we make another lower low every single time. Rejected 38.2% low. Kind of broke above it right here, then ended up working itself back to it, rejected it, lower low. Tested it again, rejected it, lower low. Tested it, rejected it, higher low this time around. But as of right now, this high went above these highs here and closed significantly lower, making a swing failure pattern to the downside. And we've lost the median as of this moment, which the median's at $11.92. We got 2 days and 5 hours left to go for bulls to step in and save this thing, or else this is going to absolutely die. Because if you lose the median, at the very minimum, you got to move down to the 38.2%, which right now that's sitting at $8.50. Other times around, however, we've come down to the 61.8% and also the 78.6%. And that minimum move brings us to 850, but then that would be tapping these lows. It would go along with the idea of taking this liquidity and going to the levels that it did every single time before, around the 78.6. That sits at about $6.39. So I find it very difficult to see it going anywhere below that area. I find it even kind of difficult to see it trading at somewhere around $6.40. That's almost 50% from where it is right now. And I believe the market cap would be pretty pitiful at that level. And probably like one buyer could just come in and take the whole company.
Yep.
So I don't really see
Apple spent double that to go, all right, we're done. We give up. Didn't get any money. So $6 billion, it's ridiculously cheap.
Yeah, they could easily just step in and buy it, and they already have working factory that's producing and selling cards.
Mm-hmm.
So that $7 that $7 to $6 area is what I really think is going to be the maximum opportunity zone. That's going to be the equivalent of Tesla after the CFO stepped out.
Yeah,
and right now,
exactly.
Yeah, then probably after there, like it's not going to. Clearly, it's not going to be like very quick, but likely it just makes a similar type of move once people slowly start figuring out how much it's actually worth. You have momentum roughly at the reset zone right now after making its way towards the bullish control zone, making another lower high in momentum, making constant lower highs. The hopium though is that there's no bearish divergence, because to make bearish divergence you would need higher highs. It's just making lower highs and lower lows. So there's no bearish divergence yet, but that's not really much hopium considering you're in a massive downtrend. Volatility is contracting fully almost to 0%, sitting at 6.25%. Last time we were this low on volatility, we ended up getting how much of a dump? 47% to the downside. So if we were to mark 47% to the downside from here, brings us to roughly $6.39. Wow, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now the jewel was previously getting a buy signal. It's losing that and switching to a neutral signal. Quite bearish. On the 2-week, we're getting momentum pointed down. Volatility is also resetting, just roughly at the reset zone, just like the weekly. And now we're losing the 38.2%. Every single time this happened previously, which has happened every time on our lower highs, we worked our way back into 38.2%. We started losing it. We went to the bottom of 38.2%. Worked our way back into it, lost it, went to the bottom, worked our way back into it, lost it, went to the bottom. Right now, that bottom sits at about $8. Likely that scenario ends up playing out, and it goes below 7 at that point. Little hopium is that momentum is trying to pick back up on the weekly, with volatility starting to contract, making it more like this is another lower high, especially since we have closed below this low here, taking out this major local bottom, making it very likely we're going to come down and test this area right here, somewhere around that high $9 to mid $9 area. But we will likely see a little bit of a bounce before that happens, as long as we close over this 38.2%, which is at $10.93. If we see a close over that area, maybe we test it, but likely we're going to come back to retest this meme line sitting somewhere around $11.80, and then we probably see the real move down to somewhere around the 9s. You see the lower time frames lined up with that. 5-day doesn't, because 5-day is starting to once again flip down, with volatility flipping up, making it likely that we'll probably test this bottom 38.2%, which is sitting somewhere around $10.72, and then that would lose the weekly 38.2%, likely initiating the dump. Weekly, it's also lining up with that idea of the bounce, where momentum is trying to pick back up, still below the moving average, volatility is not contracting, and we're holding this bottom 38.2%. What we want to see is a close over this meme line. That will probably give us a test this other meme line in this median. That only happens to be close above $11.80, exactly like 1 cent below where we are right now. Close above there, then we can see a move to somewhere around $12, $12.50. Very likely another lower high though. Now that we switched into a solid downtrend, any bounce in this thing at this point is looking shortable. Daily is now breaking into the bearish control zone, making it very likely that if it does close over this meme line, this is going to be a lower high rejection and a very high probability short. Then if you go in on the daily, we just freshly silver crossed. So as this 9 makes its way down, very likely going to be somewhere around this meme line, right around that $12 area, and it will just be another retest of the silver cross before we get the actual move from the silver cross. Very likely looking at whatever bounce we're getting right now to short.
I think $12 was the short opportunity zone.
Yeah, it might have already been taken.
Yeah.
With the hit of this 4-hour 5 EMA, with momentum starting to flip kind of up to the upside, with volatility contracting, telling you this likely going to be a lower high here. If we do go higher from here, I wouldn't really see it anywhere higher than this 9 EMA, which is right now at like maybe a little bit higher. Let's use this meme line to be conservative, around $12.50. So if you were to take a short somewhere around this area right here, this $12.40 right here, use this as your stop loss. You have 2.21% risk to the upside, versus then when it plays out towards that $10 area. That's about like 16 to 17% to the downside. 8-1 odds there. Pretty good. I might actually consider posting that one. Let me mark an alert on this. $12 price up. And if people don't know, this is how you set alerts. And then you just click create, and it will tell you. Now save this. Go into the RSI. Ding! Did I not? Oh, I think I already did add it to favorites. Oh, very, very not so nice. We have 2 days and 5 hours left to go for this monthly candle, and now we're forming another drive hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Every single time we've had a major lower high and then made lower lows, it's been off of hidden bearish divergence. Now we're forming another drive, and this will confirm as long as we close below $12.17.
No way.
Yep. And that would give us a target of hitting the bearish critical zone, which right now it doesn't tell us because it's too low. This will likely update over the next couple of months, and I'd like to see it somewhere around $6.
You know, monthly bearish divergence, that's
quite bad. Let's take this last hidden bearish divergence off the monthly and see how much of a percent move we went down. 47.8%. This one was worse. 70%. Let's take 47%. Oh, fuck. Oops, that's a little too much. $6.34. Very cool. Very nice. 2 week already confirmed the hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $14.19. The next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at $8.42. But with how low volatility is, likely goes lower, taking us towards somewhere around $6. Especially the other reason why $8.40 is likely going to fail is because this is our previous all-time lows. Weekly is now forming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and it's going to confirm as long as we're closing below $12.55, very close to the other $12 area, I believe it's $12.15. And the next target off of that bearish divergence is going to be somewhere around the the middle zone, where you likely get a little bit of a bounce, which likely fails, and that lines up at somewhere around $10, very round psychological area. Very likely fails though, and likely takes us down towards the bearish control zone. This number probably changes. Right now it's at $4.63. 5 day now has 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence confirmed as long as we're closing below $14.45. And the logical target off that is going to be the bearish control zone, which likely changes, but right now it's at 535. I would assume it goes up because that fits my bias. Nope. No divergence. Ding.
We're gonna add did you ever see that movie Inception?
Yes, but I fell asleep during watching it.
Okay, do you at least remember when they used to go like boom, boom? That's the sound I'm getting for you. Okay.
No, I fell asleep like 15 minutes into that movie. Also Interstellar, but then I rewatched it and I was like, damn, this movie is
Interstellar
awesome.
is one of my favorite movies of all time.
First time we ran, I fell asleep. That's the consequences of taking
marijuana.
Big ass it's blunt to the face or watching a movie. On the monthly, momentum is still pointed to the upside, and it will flip freshly up as long as we close over $10.55. With how it's looking right now, it's kind of looking like we might not close above $10.55 in the next 2 days and 5 hours. Hopium is if we do, maybe get a little bit of a bounce, still likely be a lower high based off the trend, but a little bit of a hopium there. But in the next 2 days and 5 hours, it's going to come down to this number, whether we get a little bit of a bounce or not. close below this number, and we're probably not going to get that bounce at all, and probably just going to straight up make lower lows from this. What gives us probabilities that won't happen on the monthly is that right now on the 2-week, volatility is starting to expand with momentum freshly turning down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's pointed down below $12.85. The last time we flipped down on momentum was right here, and then we dumped about 33%. So we dumped 33% from here. Oops. Come on. Bring this to about $8, $7.90. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce there after sweeping the previous lows. It's likely still going to make lower lows based off of the trend, though, and based off of those divergences. Weekly is now getting a tap and go of that 15%, going right below it and like starting to expand again like it did right in this area, but this time it applied to the upside. Difference is, though, that time momentum is pointed to the upside. Right now, momentum is pointed down pretty sharply, rejecting the critical zone and pointed down below $14.01, and it's in the bearish control zone. 5-day as well is doing the tap and go right below that 15%. Momentum is pointed down below $14. 2 days getting volatility expansion with the tap and go, and now it's above the moving average, and momentum is starting to freshly shift down as long as we're below $11.90. Daily is now starting to freshly shift down, well, pretty sharply down. It was already down, and we're getting a derp of death, and we're pointed down below $14.02, and we're about to break into the bearish critical zone with volatility to the upside for many periods of 0%. 4 hours giving us a little bit of a different signal with volatility getting to 100% or 98%. Moving average is still not quite caught up yet, making it likely that we could get some type of consolidation at this zone, because it's at 85%. We'd be looking for that consolidation, maybe a pity bounce that would line up another retest of this 200 right around that $12 area. Momentum is trying to pick up still to the downside right now. We want to see is on this next close what this pivot goes to. It's likely going to shift down because we're entering into the critical zone, and then that likely gives us that lower high, which also resets volatility. So all of the higher time frames still fit the monthly trend, but it's still pretty bearish, making significant lower highs and lower lows. We're getting hidden bearish divergences across the board, forming off of this now current lower high that we have. Very likely going to confirm within the next 2 days and 5 hours. We have on the lower time frames, we're hitting pretty extreme volatility levels with momentum starting to get into the areas where it would be easier to flip up, making it pretty likely we get a lower high, maybe somewhere around $12, possibly $12.50 if it's not already in right now at $12.17. If we get a tick above our current highs right now, I would expect somewhere around $12.40 to possibly $12.50 to be hit. Very likely rejects. We confirm our divergences, and then that takes us down to somewhere around $10 for us for a little bit of a bounce. Then around that low $8 area where our current all-time lows are for a little bit of bounce, then eventually towards somewhere around $6.
Not gonna lie, I was very scared that I was gonna be wrong on it and that it was just gonna run without me on my big bag all over it. But it looks like it's gonna play.
That's the beauty of the trend being your friend.
That's right. The trend is my best friend. Oh, that's really gay. We have, believe it or not, Mr. Garlic Bread is not going to be needed today. Mr. Garlic Bread has hired an outside intern that will be doing the XRP showcase. And then Mr. Farhan, you'll have to do, not Mr. Garlic Bread, Mr. Farhan will have to do Tesla.
I'm the captain.
Okay. So I get to be the Nazi, and Garlic Bread doesn't have to be a Nazi.
That's right. That's exactly it. That's trading degen behavior, sir. Thank you. Vamos a ver a Rivan, que honestamente les había dicho, creí que se me olvidó el tren, no se me fue, muy contento de ello. Vamos rápido a darle un buen análisis. Obviamente vamos a empezar en altas temporalidades. Disculpen que no se ve tanto lo que está pasando acá abajo, pero creo que se dan una excelente idea. Rivan tuvo un máximo histórico justamente en la zona de los $179.47 y desde entonces ha estado en una tendencia absolutamente brutalmente bajista. Lo pueden ver por acá. Lo único que podemos ver en volatilidad en la de 3 meses es que estamos en sobrecalentados en la 92.31%, pero no nos dice absolutamente nada. Seguimos por debajo del promedio del 5, que está en los 14.06, debajo del promedio del 9. Esto sigue en una tendencia bajista. Lo único que le está dando esperanzas a todo el mundo por ahora es que tienes este bajo más alto y bajo más alto. Y ahora lo que la gente muy probablemente está esperando es que de acá ya podamos ir a romper y crear nuevos altos, es lo que normalmente pasaría. Pero malas noticias para todos los que están esperando justamente esa movida a partir de ahora. Pueden ver en la mensual que continuamos para abajo. Quiero que sepan que el punto pivote de momentum en esta temporalidad está por debajo de 12.27. No, de 12.20. Llegamos 12.20. Nos volvemos bajistas y empezaría a apuntar el momentum para abajo. Estamos en 11.77 en este momento, lo que es bajista, tío. Bajista. También estamos por debajo del promedio del 5, debajo del promedio del 9. Hemos absolutamente sido rechazados de todos ellos. Desde acá atrás, en agosto del 2022, hemos estado dentro de este triángulo bajista y pueden ver que en realidad debería ser un triángulo plano. Y esto nos va a dar un súper rebote, por cierto. Una vez que rompamos esto a la alza, nos va a llevar mínimo a 60. No lo va a hacer en un día, no lo va a hacer en un mes, no lo va a hacer en 6 meses, pero en un año o 2 años nos va a llevar a 60 cuando lo haga. Cuando lo haga, estamos lejos de hacerlo. Seguimos haciendo altos más bajos, 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 y continuamos en esta tendencia hasta ahora. En la mensual podemos ver volatilidad, cómo está contrayéndose al punto más bajo de toda la historia. Todavía no nos da un movimiento ni para arriba ni para abajo, pero esta contracción lo pone en una zona bastante coqueta para cuando empiece a dar ese movimiento. Vamos a ver sobre todo, y ahora ya puedo quitar mi 5. Ok. Viéndolo con el HPDR, acá, y luego me acerco más. ¿Ves? Vela de tope, rechazo de la zona azul. Cada que caemos en la zona azul, después de retomarla y caer, ¿no? Nos lleva hasta abajo de ella. Y ahora la tomamos, estamos por encima de la zona azul, caemos a la zona azul, nos debería llevar por debajo de la zona azul. Solamente es lo que ha pasado todo el tiempo en Rivan. Estamos en la mensual. Ok. Nuestra media está en los 11.92. No, en los 2, en realidad en los 12. No, la media está en 11.92. El precio está en 11.76. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar esto. De no poder cerrar nuestra vela mensual en 2 días y 4 horas este viernes, arriba casi de los $12, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser la parte baja de la zona azul en 8.58. Eso instantáneamente nos pone ya a riesgo de poder crear un nuevo mínimo, porque el mínimo más bajo que tenemos está en 8.31. Así que eso es obviamente bajista, tíos. Es algo bajista, pero pues, ¿qué quieres que le diga? Vale. Acá estamos una vez más, es lo que ven, ¿no? Vamos hasta la zona, la parte alta, caemos a la zona azul, luego caemos de la zona azul y es lo que normalmente nos lleva a unos caidones. Ahora, en la de 2 semanas, vamos a ver volatilidad, si nos cuenta alguna historia. Volatilidad comienza a expandir. Por acá, ¿qué estamos viendo ante esa expansión de volatilidad? Un movimiento a la baja, damas y caballeros, lo que lo hace bajista, postura bajista. Estamos siendo rechazados por la parte alta de la zona azul. También nos rechazó nuestro promedio el 9, el 21 en los $13. Y ahora vamos en caída libre a buscar esta deliciosa media. De no volver a retomar los 13.50 y 13.31, vamos a ir en caída libre a los 10.43, es lo que nos da el siguiente objetivo con la mayor cantidad de probabilidades. Y esto se va a dar en 2 días y 4 horas, simplemente el cierre de esta vela. Y además es una vela envolvente bajista. Una vela envolvente bajista es la que cubre a velas pasadas por completo, sobre todo la anterior, de arriba a abajo, y lo hace. Esta vela envolvente bajista. Una confirmación para dar continuación bajista sería un cierre abajo de 11.36. En 2 días y 4 horas cerrando abajo de 11.36 te garantizaría casi o te daría la probabilidad más alta de venir a tocar y coquetear con la media que está en los 10.41, que coincide con mi línea meme alcista por acá. De no aguantar, te vas a ir a los $8, que también coincide con mis líneas memes y el bajo histórico de toda la historia en Rivan. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal ya nos cuenta un poco lo que va a pasar en la de 2 semanas, perdiendo la media, gran rechazo, todos los promedios, caída. La media se encuentra en 12.50 y la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 10.93. Si ven en la de 2 semanas, los 10.93 están por debajo de donde la media está o no. ¿Dónde estaba la media? En 10.70. 10.41. 10.41. Eso quiere decir que de perder la zona azul, tu siguiente parada debería de ser el 50% y el 50% te pone en 10.21. 10.21 te pone abajo del 10.41 y eso debería dar continuación a la baja. Y como pueden ver, tiene bastante camino para ir a la baja antes de sobrecalentarse. Estamos hablando de literalmente los 7.49 en un jalón, si quisiera. Volatilidad no está expandiendo, continúa yéndose de lado por ahora en la zona del 16%, pero el promedio está muy por encima en el 26%. Volatilidad ahora. Acá nos está preparando un setup delicioso. Preparémonos, vamos a ponerlo por acá. ¡Boom! Una vez que volatilidad cruce por encima y el promedio, el blanco, baje por debajo de la línea roja o por debajo de la línea de colores, volatilidad va a estar expandiendo. Vamos a ver qué es lo que nos va a dar, pero por ahora tenemos simplemente caída tras caída tras caída. También en la de 5 días tenemos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, después el rechazo y la pérdida de la media con otra vela envolvente bajista. Esta vela es para que veas chida, envolvente bajista. Esta vela también es envolvente bajista chida. Y en realidad esta es la continuación de esta y esta te debería llevar a la zona de los 10.73 que coinciden con mi línea meme que va ahora por acá subiendo en la de 5 días y eso nos debería llevar a los 10.75. De no poder aguantar, pues ya saben que una vez más 8.93 sería la zona de interés para cualquier persona. La veo en la diaria. Déjenme ver rápido la de 2 o 3 días. Ok. Acá. En la de 3 días. Estamos por encima de la media. La media está en 11.68. El viernes ese va a ser un punto crítico, porque de no cerrar vamos a ir a buscar los 10.39 a la baja. Ahora, para todo el mundo, porque solamente te he dado objetivos a la baja, pero también tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes la pérdida y el rechazo de todo, o sea, literalmente todo lo que puede ser bajista, más aparte de la tendencia bajista. ¿Cómo puedes invalidar esto? Tienes que literalmente invalidarlo por encima de los 14.46, cabrón. Porque ese sería el primer paso, encima de los 14.46. ¿Ok? Diaria. Diaria ya estamos en la parte baja de por acá, por lo que me está diciendo que voy a ver un poco más de consolidación. Vamos a ver a dónde van estos, a dónde sube o baja. Yo me imagino que todos los números van a bajar. Tienes un cruce plateado también en la baja, a la baja. Y tienes literalmente rechazo en todas las zonas de por acá, perdiendo la zona azul, yéndonos al 78.6%. Y nos gustaría poder aguantar los 11.67. De no aguantarlos, 11.27 será nuestro siguiente objetivo. Se los voy a poner más fácil todavía para todos ustedes. Y además en la diaria habías tenido volatilidad expandiendo a la alza y en la segunda expansión a la baja. Y esta segunda expansión continúa a la baja. Ok. Quiero que vean esto. Esto es un canal, ¿no? Esto es irrelevante en este momento. Lo que quiero que vean es la línea blanca que viene desde acá, desde acá, desde acá, desde acá, que ha sido literalmente resistencia pura y dura, ¿no? Solamente la rompimos acá en un S&P gigantesco que nos hizo pensar que nos íbamos al cielo, pero ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Para todos mis amigos que están estudiando técnica, tienes 2 zonas de confluencia para estos rechazos. Olvídate de tus promedios, caes, tienes mi línea meme en los 12.02. Esta línea meme en los $12 ha sido una línea bastante importante porque por arriba tenemos una expansión brutal, por debajo tenemos una caída tremenda. Este es un punto pivote importantísimo para el precio. No solo eso, también tienes la línea en diagonal, la meme que va bajando en diagonal para acá, y esa línea que va en diagonal bajista está siendo no una, pero 2 veces retesteada y siendo rechazado el precio. Y eso quiere decir que más para abajo va a haber downside. Ahora, importantísimo para Rivian, para los alcistas, que aguante esta línea meme cuando la lleguemos a tocar en los 10.81. De no aguantar, nos va a llevar a los 10. De los 10, si barremos los 9.50, vamos a un mínimo histórico. ¿Ok? Es literalmente esto. Y lo puedes ver cómo ya te está rechazando, cómo tienes todos los cruces plateados a la baja, etcétera. Rivan no pinta bien, damas y caballeros. O pinta muy bien, más bien, para aquellos que están esperando una deliciosa oportunidad de entrar. Y ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es Rivan. Vamos con Alex, que nos va a platicar de XRP. Vamos a ver esta deliciosa criptomoneda.
Nice. Let's see how XRPP is doing. Let's actually look at the monthly for a minute. That's what we're dealing with. So right now, I mean, XRPP is still looking okay. I mean, we have that higher high. We're gauging the higher low. Ideally, it's easy for us, and we see two scenarios. We either see us into March move down and hit the daily 9, or we see the daily 9 move up and it just kind of grinds and meets price wherever this low is. For now, bulls are going to try to solidify this being the low. We see that it was a pretty major move down, took out all the stops here on the lower time frame. But now what we see is price into this month, potentially, hopefully, closes above that 195. For months here, we've been talking about that 195 region being important for XRPP, and it still is. I mean, that hasn't changed. What I'm looking at now is we see monthly 9 was lost, green dildo up, and this, looks to me like a front runner of that so far. So, it's no reason to be uber bearish on XRP yet. We even see the monthly median is dramatically low. So the monthly chart's looking okay. That's kind of where I wanted to guide the bias of the analysis. Now we can just dissect and go lower. Remember, the 195 is important because that was essentially that wick high before topping and going into a multi-year consolidation. That 195 is very important for XRPP, and that doesn't change with volatility. You can see here that the 2-week is now basing off that EMA 9, something, again, just very healthy. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that we need to just move up from here. Definitely not, but more consolidation. I have here, why do I have this dotted line? 1 second. Let me see what that's based on. Because it has to be based on something, right? And I based it on this throwback here. We can see here that basically solidified the support for me. Even here, we see the support test. And even right around that zone now, if we shift back to the 2-week, we're right around just support. I mean, the 2-week EMA 9 is right around that $2.26 region. So an important zone to hold, nevertheless, going into this 2-week close. And so far, that's been nice. And, in the 2 weeks, interesting to me because this actually could be a nice long. This potentially is a 2-week hammerhead. Generally, with those are nice reversals. And the invalidation would just be the bottom of this. So, and even if XRPP ended up going all the way to 195 again, still wouldn't invalidate this candle. So I still am bullish on this moving forward. But that could quickly change, and once we start really losing 195, we have to then shift gears and look what happened. And what happened was we rejected 195 and aggressively dumped all the way to 148. That then didn't hold, taking us to the bottom of the range under $1. That 195 kind of is the last stand, but generally you want to see that hold. And even where we're bouncing now or where we caught support. Yes, we front ran that monthly 9, but even the weekly EMA 21 would have been an area of interest to you, just simply because of the reaction we've seen on that so far. Again, price looks like it's solidifying some bottom here, assuming we can close, as long as we close above 220 within the end of the month, this will still look okay to me. And yeah, like I said, though, that doesn't necessarily mean we're just going to shoot up from here. Instead, I'd rather want to start seeing consolidation. So, maybe 220 holds, that can just give us a nice range. Maybe we're just, going like this for a while. But if we start seeing 220 get lost, that could then put the range lower. And we could potentially be going from the $2 psychological number or that 195 specifically, and ranging from that 220. With support should be resistance. But that's more the bearish scenario brewing a breakdown. Ideally, I want to see 220 hold and we just kind of consolidate above there. We can gauge essentially 266 as resistance. And that does mean that this is a pretty big range. I mean, 20% range That is the flavor of XRP, and it is an altcoin. Curious to see on that dump we had the price. Wow, yeah, so that moved up 54% almost. On a wick high, that was 60%. Just in that 2 week, if you would have caught the long round here, yeah, that would have been a life-changing money trade. Interesting to see. Curious, I bet you we bounced up to EMA 5. That's probably because of how strong XRP is. Let's see. Oh no, I was wrong. I thought we would have wicked exactly there. But hey, I mean, we did hit the EMA 5. That's a good sign. We just again want to see this consolidate. So we'll have to really wait and see what the monthly gives us. But I mean, really, nothing's telling you that this is too bearish besides just a nasty red candle. We still have support holding. We're still above the monthly 9. The median is still very low, which is bullish for us because the median's right now at like 61 cents and we're at $2.25. Now again, this can shift gears if we start losing that 220, so that's kind of the line in the sand. Gauge that using the 2-week EMA 9 in my opinion. But even so, on that move down, we just kind of tested the 38.2% on the 2-week. And even here, we can see the 38.2% is ever so, it's just a slightly under that 220. So good confluence of this zone here, in my opinion. Let me just see how the dailies look now. Let's go more lower time frame and see. So the daily does have risk of a silver cross. That's why I kind of want to start seeing bulls get to work here. Ties into my Bitcoin analysis. I generally want to start seeing XRP move wide simply just because of the EMA 100. Now remember, it's an alt, so it's not going to trade as clean as Bitcoin. We definitely can reclaim it, lose it, reclaim it, lose it. But even on the daily here, what we see is you're already at the 95% zone. So, this is already basically hitting extremes on the HPDR. You're already at that 220 and you have this hammerhead. So in my opinion, this is more giving you a long trigger. You want to really be gauging the daily EMA 100 to kind of guide your bias. If we can just keep holding that. And right now we're below it, but it's a long day. Bitcoin's very volatile here, but if I'm on the cam, Bitcoin's going to bounce. It's probably going to bode well for XRP. We can get back above the daily EMA 100. I could see a move up to the daily 9. Now we'll have to gauge the silver cross, right? If this starts silver crossing, then it'll greatly increase the chance of us rejecting the daily 9. But until then, that'll be the objective. Reclaim the daily EMA 100, get a move back to the daily 9. Now, if you start reclaiming the daily 9, that'll give us good confluence of us going back up to the 265 range. Reclaim that, then now we can start talking about going higher. But until then, yeah, you just want to be really careful here. But if I'm not mistaken, if we gauge the 2-week, bulls are going to try to solidify just the uptrend and just keep it. Let me just double check that statement. Yeah, I mean, so ideally, they just don't take out this low. Anything around here is just bullish structure, in my opinion, on support as well. If you start really taking out this wick low, yeah, I mean, that'll be bad for XRP. It'll start looking like what Bitcoin's looking, which is a weekly trend shift. And then, yeah, we'll have to really gauge lower, which will come right around the 150s. 150s will be a big zone for XRP. I'd expect some reaction there, but there we could just get the bearish retest of $2. But 150 better hold. If that doesn't hold, well, you're going to see a lot lower for XRP. And lower could come around, let's see. Yeah, I mean, lower could come anywhere from like $1.12 to even all the way down to here, and we play that massive range. Whereas you lose the 150s, yeah, you easily could come down to like the 92-cent range, maybe even lower to 86 cents. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm still in the camp though that that's not going to occur. And for now, we're going to see a nice move up to XRP. Depending on how far that takes us, will just be the big question. So yeah, you want to see this area hold, and so far it is. And even so, you'd expect some kind of move here into next week, assuming this 220 holds back to the weekly 9. Especially if you lost it here, you'd want to gauge the reaction there. And still, even so, that could mean it bounces up 10, maybe 11%. And definitely not a bad move if I say so myself. So you know, trend is still your friend. This is still an uptrend, in my opinion. It is looking pretty bad, though, I will say. But we still just want to keep to the levels. 195 is proven to us that's a pretty strong level for XRP. So we just want to keep seeing that hold. And ideally, the 2-week EMA 9, you know, kind of guides that. If we start losing the 2-week EMA 9, then you have to really question if this is about to break down. And, you know, especially with what we see just on Bitcoin and markets as a whole. And the breakdown definitely could take us down to that EMA 9 on the monthly. Now, we haven't, you know, hit that yet. And the idea is that we're front running that, but, you know, that is still looming. So we'll have to really see where this moves up. My idea is that this will move up into March. It'll kind of meet where this low is. But if it doesn't, then, you know, if we end up breaking down, that'll be a big area of interest, is the wherever the monthly 9 is.
And that's a big head and shoulders on the weekly too.
Let me see.
Like right on your face.
Yeah. Boom, boom,
All
boom.
over our faces.
That is honestly right over. I wonder if it looks cleaner on the 2-week. No, it doesn't. But yeah, that is pretty obvious. Interesting. Shall I take the measured move?
Let's do it from that LARP line. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it would be here and then here. I think, yeah, you take it from the lowest point, connect it, breaks down. That'd give you your target down to the 90s, which is bad. That's right at that monthly 34, and that's right at that, you know, zone that I was talking about here, where, you know, if we really start, let's say, losing 220, coming down to 195, that doesn't hold. We make a move all the way down to the monthly 9, shifting, you know, any hopium that this is a weekly uptrend. This would then shift the weekly uptrend down. We start losing 195. Yeah, I mean, if we're just range trading this, it would be target at 152. We've seen that before pretty violently. If 152 doesn't hold, you aggressively dump to the like 85 cents. Gives us good confluence. I mean, if that's the measured move, that would take us down to that zone. Would be absolutely terrible though for you know, all the XRP bulls. Talking about a 58% collapse. But that would mean that Bitcoin probably is topped then, in my opinion, and it is then probably actively going down. But for also that, you'd need volatility to, you know, confirm it. I guess where volatility could come in is we start, you know, if this moving average moves up, matches where, you know, it is now, which is at 96.3%. You know, you could start seeing this reset. I mean, we hit extremes here. If you start seeing this reset, you'd start seeing the opposite move take effect, which would mean that this would start coming down. So yeah, where is the quarterly 9? Closer to that dollar mark. Interesting. You know, not the best quarterly candle, I will say, either. But we'll have to see if this turns red, because that would be, in my opinion, very telling. If it does, then that could just tie into, you know, maybe Bitcoin's topped, maybe XRP is topped, and maybe, you know, it going down 70% isn't really too crazy, especially when we know XRP does that each and every time. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, how do you think bulls felt on this candle when it went up $247? 247%, I mean, closed very nasty and then ended up dumping. We'll just take it from this retest here. 86%. Cool. And then we'll take it from here. You know, I'm sure bulls were happy when this moved almost 300%, only for that to dump. Would you look at that? 78%. I mean, if we take that from here, 72%. I mean, we know we could take it from here even. I think it's like 500%, 611%. So I mean, at that point, if we ended up losing and going down like 70%, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the most absurd thing we've seen for XRP. It loves to do that. The community members love pain. So let me quickly look at the BTC pairing. Yeah, that's looking okay. You are catching resistance at that, 3-month EMA 34. But hey, if you start reclaiming that into next month, this could be brewing a major breakout for XRP. That would give me the next target being 50% away. Interesting.
But if you don't, then you made a lower high.
Sure. Yeah. If you don't, then yeah, this, is rejecting where you should have expected it, because you have the EMA 34 right there. You have major resistance. It's been telling you this is big resistance. This starts rejecting here. You're now back in this range. You have to start really wondering if you're going to go back down to the 2236 level. That could be on the flip side, like a 15% move. We even hit that 21 EMA 21. That could be a 21%. Move down. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be an important quarterly closure, in my opinion. Now, this is kind of hopeful, though. You see here the 2-month is closing in 2 days. The EMA 34 has solidly been resistance. We're now flipping that. We're actually breaking up and reclaiming this as support. You can see this into March when we get another 2-month candle open. This would be the third one above the EMA 34, kind of brewing a breakout, in my opinion. So then maybe we can dissect that by saying, okay, then maybe that bleeds into the 3-month closing above the 34. Very interesting. And then once that happens, that'll be my confirmation that it'll take time. Of course, it's a 3-month, but we very well could see something like this. Maybe we close above the 34 into next month, and maybe we take 1 or 2 months of going down, boom, hit the 21, and then from there pop up, and this just leaves like a nice wick into the next quarterly. So that's some bull opium. XRP BTC is looking pretty good on the higher time frames. You even see here on the monthly, you're reclaiming that EMA 100 big zone. I mean, pretty big close into this month, but you see the monthly 9s cross to 21. Last occurrence was right here. Right, 9, yeah, right here, tripping. And that was actually the only time that's ever occurred. And that did give us a nice move. Now, the big question is, well, have we already seen the move play out? But let's just, because I'm a degenerate, see. So that was a 987% move upon cross. And generally, I mean, you always get, when it crosses to the downside too, you get pretty big moves. We saw that here. I mean, that ended up dumping 67%. And then here, $56%. If you take it to the low, 80%. Why am I bringing this up? Well, it's rare for a monthly EMA 9 to cross the 21 up or down. It's a monthly. You can see you've only really had a few occurrences of this, one being the upside. But now we're getting the same thing. What's interesting about the monthly, though, is, we basically back tested the monthly 9. Now we came all the way up. We're about to reclaim the EMA 100. Not reclaim it, but hold it as support. And this is important because we've never in the history of XRP's chart reclaimed or even flirted with this EMA 100. You see here, always, whenever you get a major level, especially on a higher time frame, generally you always reject. Now, it doesn't need to reject to the T, but you often get like a first tap rejection. Next month, we'll be telling, we reclaimed it, filled all that wick, and now into this month, it looks like a nice back test to me. What would be easier to me would be if the 2-month or the monthly closes above the 2658 level. If that can occur, then I would expect a move back down to the monthly EMA 100 and then a big move up. And that could be potentially why even the 2-month and the 3-month are looking as bullish as they are. So the monthly is actually looking pretty impressive. What is that? Is it the SMA 200? Yeah, it is. Interesting. So again, often with these big levels, first taps get rejected. But that's why if we can hold the 2658 level into basically the end of this month, it could start really looking good for a move up. Very minimum, you could test the SMA 200, but I mean, that could potentially get reclaimed. Once that gets reclaimed, that'd be my confirmation of that big move up to the 4.2 level. And again, that's like a massive 57% move on XRP. So you really have to wonder if this is just totally wrong, like meaning this analysis I'm giving is just totally wrong, wasted time, or if like alt season, dare I say, or if certain alts are still, they still got a lot of juice in the engine to go up. It's an interesting thing because when seeing XRP, especially the Bitcoin pairing, it's still looking very, very, very good to me. Now, obviously, that can change quickly, but especially when you're getting those 2-month closings, it's looking pretty impressive. So, it's what I'm wondering personally is XRP. Yes, I know Bitcoin's bearish and whatnot, but for some reason, it's still kind of looking like it wants to move up aggressively. We see here even that month, the weekly nines holding, again, just forming that nice, we're trying to form bullish structure here is what I should say. We had the higher low, higher high. This, just like just how alts are, basically took out all the lows, quickly shifted the trend down. Now we see bulls are trying to solidify this being the higher low. And then a good confirmation of that from my bias would be we break this. This would be your higher high. But you can gauge, obviously, the breakout before, specifically if you really start taking out this November 10th high. But remember, if then bulls try to flip this back into an uptrend, the higher high break would mean, this is breaking out. So it's interesting to see that. I wonder how Bollinger Bands are looking. Nothing really. Okay. Yeah. So no matter how you look at it, it's looking good. But even the lower time frames are saying, yeah, you need to get back above the 2668. And you would have already been aware of that just because of the meme line. I like gauging specifically with alts, looking at the 2-day over the daily. You can see the nice cluster here. So cluster meaning of the 9 and the 21 all around the same area with resistance. And this has been proven as strong resistance. Don't get it twisted. Like, we can reject this resistance and aggressively nuke in one day, or in 2 days, 20%. So this is very crucial to reclaim. But if we can actually pop up and reclaim this, yeah, I do think that could be just the start of at least the Bitcoin pairing going up. You would be gauging this high here. That'd be your first area where you'd want to start seeing bulls break, because in doing so, then that's shifting the trend back up. XRP, though, the Bitcoin pairing gave me some hope. Honestly, it's looking still really strong. But again, that can quickly change. And, I think the determining factor will be when, the quarterly. Quarterly reclaims at EMA 34. Great. We have, max confirmation. We're probably going to break out within the next 3 months. If we start really losing this zone, rejecting here, could just be in a really tight range. So watch carefully. And yeah, I mean, even here, this could bode well for XRP, monthly higher low potentially, and also holding the 220, and also potentially bounce off the 2-week 9. So, I mean, yes, I'm bearish on crypto, but can't deny XRP is still looking pretty bullish. But just be very aware of the levels, because it's like once you start losing the 196 level, you're going to start seeing this move very aggressively down fast. I mean, massive inefficiency here on these green dildos often just gives you major moves down that are very, very, very fast. So just be aware of that.
Question.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Okay. So you had it too like this. Because nothing closed below this. If this one were to close below, would you consider that a technical breakdown?
Yeah. Yeah, because you would gauge your breakdowns on the last, what was it, like the close or last previous close. So if we end up closing that weekly under that, losing the weekly 9, yeah, definitely could be the itching breakdown. But regardless, though, you'd still want to see a move back up to the weekly 9, and that's why that zone, when we get that, it's going to be really important, because you're either going to see the rejection, and that's just the bearish retest of the weekly 9, something that's been major, support. We're going to see I get reclaimed, and it's going to tie into, this is just like a higher low bear trap, and that liquidity is going to send us higher. So that's why I do think we can make a move up here on XRP. Could potentially tie into Bitcoin making a move up, but then that weekly EMA 9 test will be the kind of key there.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it. I'm going to try to go fast, Farhan, so we can get to another one, because we've only done a few. Salamis is next, Alex.
Oh, perfect.
Alrighty. Vamos a ver XRP. Vamos a ver rápido XRP. Damas y caballeros, en la trimestral. Esto lo he dicho varias veces. Personalmente creo, y esto es completamente estúpidamente irrelevante para todos ustedes, pero aún así lo voy a decir como siempre. ¿Por qué? Porque creo que puede ser que las altcoins tengan ciclos de 8 años. Tal vez no todas, tal vez algunas, pero siento que esto es lo que le está pasando a Ethereum ahorita. Este fue el primer ciclo con este super pico en el 2018, ¿no? O sea, ciclos populares de los últimos 3. Este fue el 2021 con un alto más bajo y luego rompiste en un alto más alto. Mientras que Ethereum, por ejemplo, creaste este alto en el pasado, creaste este alto, un alto más alto en el pasado, pero ya no. Entonces, puede que Ethereum le toque su camino en otros 4 años, ¿no? No, igual y no, igual y sí. Pero es lo primero que me viene a la mente cuando estoy viendo esto. Además de que este es un patrón súper alcista en total, si se llega a jugar tal cual como lo estamos viendo. Este es un patrón de tasa con agarradera y la agarradera normalmente, básicamente el objetivo sería los $6. Aquí depende cómo lo quieras ver, porque si estás usando cierres, tu objetivo literalmente es lo que ya hizo el precio. Si estamos usando cierres, debería ser esto, ¿no? Ah, no, es más arriba de eso. Ok. ¿Es donde? En los 370. Digo, de todas maneras, ya llegamos a 3.4, ¿no? Nada mal. Es algo que tener en mente. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, muy por encima del promedio del 21, muy por encima del 34. Y pueden ver que el promedio del 9 en la trimestral está ya en 1.11 y el promedio del 5 está en 1.45. Ok, bien para saber. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, pueden ver un poco de lo mismo tipo de estructura, pero con cierres mucho más altos en este tipo. El cierre más alto que habíamos tenido antes estaba literalmente en 1.9 y ahora tenemos un cierre en $3 y habíamos tenido un cierre también en 2.08, lo que ya nos da 2 cierres mucho más altos que el último. Y ahora también esta vela, aunque cierre en rojo en 2 días y 7 horas, tiene un cierre mucho más grande más alto que los pasados, a menos de que caiga por debajo de los 1.95. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad había estado expandiendo en este subidongo y ahora la volatilidad empieza no solamente a darse la vuelta, pero a apuntar para abajo en lo que viene el promedio para arriba. Puede que esta contracción de volatilidad sea lo que estemos viviendo en este momento en la tabla de XRP. Personalmente creo que esta es una de las tablas más fáciles de leer en total. 2 semanas pueden ver que continuamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del 34, del 55, 34, etcétera. Además de que hicimos un alto más alto. La única cosa es, creamos un bajo más bajo por acá y ahora estamos en indecisión. Porque creaste este alto más alto, este bajo más alto, pero luego creaste este bajo más bajo. Entonces, normalmente después de crear un bajo más bajo, tienes que crear un alto más bajo y puede que ya se haya dado o puede que no. Vamos a ver exactamente cómo juega esto. Volatilidad no nos dice nada, ya nos había dado ese gran movimiento y ahora tienes la contracción de la misma. Vamos a la semanal. Y en la semanal nos cuenta ya un poco más de una historia diferente, porque acá nos jugó XRP, volatilidad está contrayendo, así que da igual, la voy a quitar de la pantalla para que puedan ver mejor lo de que está aquí arriba. Tenemos nuestra vela topera, tenemos continuación, ¿no? De eso mismo. No nada más eso. Dentro de esto tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y si no estoy usando el cuerpo de la vela, ¿cómo se dicen? Las partes delgadas de la vela y solamente estoy usando los cuerpos, esto es un breakdown para mí. Pero no tenemos nada confirmado todavía, porque en realidad hasta que no barras este mínimo en los 1.77, no vas a saber si en verdad tienes un breakdown o no. Y una vez que ya estés por acá abajo, va a ser bastante obvio y tu objetivo en este tremendo breakdown sería el 1.2, si es que se llega a dar así. Y ahora, todo esto es un poco subjetivo porque no es tan sencillo decirlo. Por ahora solamente estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9 y lo podríamos retomar la próxima semana. No estamos diciendo que hay un breakdown. De nuevo, la tendencia continúa de cierta forma siendo alcista porque puedes ver que hasta esto acá es un bajo más alto. Pero si no logramos hacer un alto más por encima de 2.8 y esto lo llegamos a barrer aquí en el 1.77, vamos para abajo, tíos. 5 días. 5 días nos está rechazando ya el 21, volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos está diciendo nada. Tenemos un poco el mismo escenario de antes, con este jalón para abajo, y ahora estamos rompiendo esto a la baja. Pueden ver cómo literalmente no hay cierres por debajo de esta línea, y este es el primero, y ahora tenemos un poco de continuación en esta tabla de 5 días con el precio a la baja. Vamos rápido a sacar el HBR acá. Pueden ver que también estamos ya entrando en la parte, abajo, el nivel del 78%, lo que nos dice que hay pocas probabilidades de continuar fuertemente a la baja. Eso es bueno para, para los cortoplacistas, pero, y acá en la diaria te lo está confirmando casi. Básicamente el 97% está en 1.8. Lo único que tienes que aguantar acá, si eres alcista, es este mínimo. Poder aguantarlo y poder continuar. Estás perdiendo tu promedio de los 100 acá, que es preocupante. Además de que tienes a punto de tener un cruce plateado acá a la baja. Eso quiere decir que el retesteo de la 9, probablemente por esta zona de los 2.4, o la línea meme de por acá, porque también tienes literalmente el cruce plateado por acá, ¿no? Depende cómo se dé, puede hacer esto y tienes que ver ahí si llega a dar este movimiento. Esa podría ser una oportunidad para un corto bastante limpio, aunque en este tipo de monedas es bastante difícil poder hacer eso, pero se podría dar, o un long si llegas a bajar al 95 o al 97%, esto sería ideal para un mega long, porque te pones en 1.86 y tu invalidación está en 1.76. No te tomaría muchísimo para invalidar esta posición en largo. En corto, de nuevo, sería más o menos como el bearish retest de esta zona y después salir para acá, pero por ahora no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada. El precio sigue continuando diciéndonos indecisión, pero estás a punto de tener este cruce plateado, estos altos más bajos, el hombro, cabeza, hombro que se está dando. Y así es, básicamente a no barrer este 1.76, 1.77. De llegar a barrerlo, yo me voltearía a decir que esto es más bajista, pero viendo XRP Bitcoin nos da un poco la ilusión de que esto pueda continuar a la alza. Y la razón por qué es porque literalmente estás retomando todos los promedios importantes, estás por encima del 9, no estás perdiendo nada, no estás rompiendo estructura, continúas haciendo altos más altos, aunque si tienes este bajo, pero todavía no hay nada de qué preocuparse. Esto todavía se ve y nos volteamos más al lado alcista. Nosotros creemos que la oportunidad de oro sería si llegamos a retestear la zona del 80 y tantos %, donde estaríamos muy cerca de esto para abrir un long y de ahí pues a Marte o mínimo a donde se vaya a encontrar con el bearish retest. Pero por ahora XRP se ve bien, ya no se ve tan fuerte como se veía antes, pero ahí va. Vamos a hacer Tesla rápidamente. My boy.
I didn't realize that I was still muted.
Not bad.
I caught it pretty quick though.
Yeah.
It's better than in the beginning where I would talk for like 30 seconds before somebody told me that I was muted.
Oh, at first we were a disaster, but now we kind of got in the groove of this.
Indeed. So now the wick low of this nuke, if you can call it that, you can't call it not a nuke because we're down about like 25%. So this crash, the wick low of this crash is $294. We've been looking at that low $290 to $300 area for the past couple of streams to be at a local bounce point. As of right now, we're not getting much of a bounce at all. We're bouncing by like $5, if even that. It's basically not even visible at all in the monthly. The only hopium, if we don't want to go lower, which kind of looks like we will, is if we close this next 2 days and 4 hours, this monthly candle above $316.65. That is the hopium. Close above there, then we have more probabilities that we can mark this as our next major low before we try again this top E line again. But as of right now, we are pretty solidly losing that 38.2%. We're also losing our 9 EMA. And if we close anywhere below that 316.65 number, we're probably at a minimum going to come down to the median, which likely comes up a little bit to match the streamline, sitting around $270. This is going to be the absolute final line in the sand if you don't want to reverse this entire rally and very what do you call it, priority local bottom in this area, or else this is going to look very hard. It's not impossible. It's less of the likelihood of us continuing if we do come back down to this area. But if we lose this area, then this entire rally is likely to get taken out. Probably going to come down to this 100 EMA around this bottom line, around 175 to like maybe 160s area. And technically, on a macro sense, it still would be a higher low from this high here at $120. It just wouldn't look very good. And what's likely going to happen in that area, even if this isn't going to be our macro bottom, is we're likely going to go sideways for a long time before we try for these highs ever again. Very likely we'll go for those highs again. It's just going to take a lot longer for that to happen. The situation with more hopium, which is still bearish, is if we come down towards this $270 to $260 area, get a quick bounce from here, then maybe we go sideways for a month or two, then we probably will retest this new line again. As right now, we are losing the 38.2%, we are losing the 9 EMA. It is looking like we're probably going to go lower towards that 270 area, unless we close this current month over 316.65. Quarterly is now also at that area, which the idea was for holding a support somewhere around that $290 nut area. We are getting a bounce there at that 38.2%. So the absolute most hopium scenario right now, takes a lot of hopium for this to work out, is if we do close above this 38.2%, we hold this area, then we are likely at that point to get another test top medium line, which this median is going to rise up a little bit and likely tap right around the area at $415. If we lose this area, though, it is going to go along with a monthly breaking down, and at that point, we're probably going to come to the 21 EMA, which right now is at that one. It's about like 225, 230. I don't know if that's going to hold, though, based off the monthly, and I feel like we're probably going to go lower towards 175. But as of right now, this still isn't a bullish posturing. We're still in an uptrend. This area could still theoretically hold a support right along the 5 EMA, because this is we did reclaim it, and now we have yet to retest it until now. So it is possible that bullish scenario could play out. We make our local bottom somewhere around this $290 area, and then try again for 400s. That time, that next test of the 400s likely breaks it and takes us to $500. As right now, quarterly momentum is starting to flip down. It is below the moving average. Still got a month and 6 days to go. The last time we lost the moving average and quarterly momentum was right around.
Sir, can you put your microphone closer to you? Sounds like you're far.
How's that?
There you go. Now I can hear your sexy voice.
Beautiful.
I'm also going to take advantage and say I'm going to go to the bathroom and be right back.
Nice. Enjoy your poop. On the last time, monthly momentum flipped below the moving average. Very interesting note. We came all the way down to the 5 EMA like we did right now. Held the 5 EMA even though momentum was pointed below the moving average and made new highs. Which as of right, and the similarities between there that we have now as well, is the jewel on the quarterly is still giving us a buy signal that we had right there. So it is now increasing the probabilities that we could bounce this area and then try again for all-time highs. And now that I see the jewel on the quarterly is giving a buy signal, it's the same setup where we were at the bottom. And then the last time around, we lost the moving average on the quarterly momentum. It came right back all the way down to the 5, perfectly held the 5, and then made new highs. Kind of seems like that could happen right now. Although we are seeing not very much of a bounce as of the moment. We'd need this monthly to close above that 38.2%. And the momentum on the monthly is breaking out of the bullish control zone with volatility contracting at the exact same time. Not really the most bearish thing. It'd be a lot more worrying if you were to see volatility expand on that dump. And if you see on the jewel, we just freshly got pink crossing over the yellow with the oscillator crossing into the bullish control zone. Kind of makes it a little bit more probable that we could hold that $290 area and then get another test of all-time highs. On the 2-week, we are breaking into the bearish control zone. We're breaking lower than we broke right here, while price is making a higher low, making it possible for hidden bullish divergence. And it will confirm if we close above $394, and that makes it very likely that we're going to go to new all-time highs. As of right now, it's still just an idea. We have not confirmed it yet. And it will be possible as long as we're closing above, we could use this one here, at about $200. As long as we're closing above $200, we still have that possible hidden bullish divergence. We'd still be making a higher low. The opposite point, though, is that the jewel is starting to flip around into a sell signal. The last time we flipped around into a sell signal from this point around, we came all the way down to this level on the HPDR, which is the 80. You zoom in a little bit. The 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3% sits around this 55 EMA at about $260. Goes along with that $270 zone. Weekly, as well as in the bearish control zone with volatility support. Now we're getting quite the jewel signal with the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue below everything else, and it's losing the bullish control zone. How much have we dumped since that jewel signal? Right there, fired off on that doji. About 17% to the downside since we got that. See, the last time we got that, right over here, although this was a little bit more powerful because they were all bunched up together. This is about 36% down. As of right now, we've only dropped 17%. We can do twice that and drop another 17% and see what that would be. That'd be somewhere around $240 to $250. What we'd want to see, if we're still going to be bullish in that area, is we're going to want to see a significant bounce, which is likely because we're going to be tapping the 100%, and we want to see a close over this 200. If we can do that, then it makes it a lot more likely that we can confirm that 2-week hidden bullish divergence and try again for all-time highs. Lose this area though, especially if we lose below the 200 SMA, it's going to make it a lot more likely that we're going to get the breakdown scenario, and probably going to go below $200. 5-day as well as gaining momentum, once again flipping back down in the bearish control zone. Volatility is supporting it, and the jewel as well is giving us that bearish signal with the pink crossing below the yellow and dark blue below everything else. The most bullish scenario I could see is if we bounce right here, and we'd have to bounce strongly, and we'd have to close up for 300 to confirm it. The hidden bullish divergence, we have to confirm above, what's the number? 2-week, $394. Doesn't seem very likely at this point based off especially when you go to the lower time frames. Like you go down to the 2-day now, we've lost the 100 SMA or the EMA, we've retested it, rejected it, and based off this setup, we likely go down to the 200, which likely does rise because probably won't rise that much because it doesn't really rise that much. Right now, it's sitting somewhere around $250. Not looking the best. Daily as well is moving its way towards that 200. Likely get a little bit of a bounce here because we're going to be right around the 97.5% on the HPDR. Below it actually, that's going to be around $275. Like lines up with that $270 area. Very, very likely get a little bit of a pity bounce there. That bounce could take us all the way up towards somewhere around maybe like $300, $320. I would be looking for that as a rejection though. It's just another retest of the silver cross to the downside before we end up breaking down towards $250. The 4 hour is also lining up with the idea of a bounce because we're getting to very extreme areas on to the downside on momentum near 100% and 98%. We're getting volatility doing the exact same thing, and we're tapping the 97.5% range on the HPDR. So very, very likely sooner rather than later, we are going to see a mean reversion bounce. What's going to tell us that we're going to dump before that bounce, though, is if we close below this 97.5% at around $303.92. Close below that, then we're likely going to see that dump to the $270 area first before our mean reversion bounce. Let's see how the RSI is looking. Ding!
Blang!
Ka-pling.
All right. I'm in it.
This is
I'm in the Solana trade again.
You've seen it here live. The only real chart that's still looking kind of bullish right now is the quarterly because we're still in an uptrend. We're still at the area where we could make a higher low, and we still have hidden bullish divergence active on the quarterly, which is going to be active on this quarterly above $212. But on this next quarterly, it's going to be around $294. While we have that buy signal on the jewel. So hopium, major hopium is we can see a bounce somewhere between 270 and 290 and then see a quarterly hold that hidden bullish divergence, grind out a higher low, and then confirm the 2-week hidden bullish divergence. Quarterly has the hidden bullish divergence on the RSI as well, where you would have to close over $394 to confirm it. Quite about $100 away from where we are right now. So that is a decent amount away. No. 3-day has confirmed bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $367. Continuation of the divergence is going to be any close below $302.80, likely bringing us down towards this 100, which is right around that 280, 270 zone. See if it lines up with the RSI. Critical zone, yep, very close. Critical zone is at right around $250. No. And 4 hours hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high, and it is going to be active as long as we're closing below $367, which would confirm that bullish divergence for us and invalidate the 4 hour hidden bearish divergence. And if we do invalidate that divergence, then we're likely to test somewhere around that. Well, what do you know? All-time highs. Very unlikely that we invalidate that divergence though, and very likely that we just make another lower high, especially since we just lost this 200. I wouldn't really be able to give you another target to the downside because we're already at the critical zone. So not really much help. It's the opposite of the scenario where it's too bullish to give you a target. 4 hours too bearish to give you a target. Ding. All right. Quite unsettling news right now, as we are about to freshly flip the monthly momentum to the downside, and it's going to reject the critical zone, and it's going to flip down as long as we're closing below $398, which we're a long ways away from right now. Thankfully, we do not have the same monthly bearish divergence on Tesla that we do on Bitcoin, but the significance of us losing or flipping down on monthly momentum is if you switch to the last time we flipped down on monthly momentum from here, from the highs, we dropped about 39.5%. Let's take 39.5%. Let's get another one. From here, we flipped down on the monthly. We went down from the highs to the lows, 73%. And that would also be the same situation as now as we're rejecting the critical zone. Flip down right here, the highs to the lows, 40%. And let's get this one right here. From the highs to the lows, 36%, very close to that 40% number. So if we take 40% from these highs, 40% brings us right to around where we are right now, $292. That'd be the minimum move. And if we were to satisfy that condition, that'd be the most bullish scenario right now that we have possible. So we were to grind out a higher low somewhere around this zone and then continue upwards. Let's see how much of a percentage down that $270 zone would be. That's sitting right around 40 to 45%. That'd be somewhere around the middle zone. Those are the two most bullish hopium situations right now. If we can grind out a higher low somewhere around $290 to $270, satisfy these conditions of flipping down the monthly momentum, go sideways for a little bit, test the edge of the bullish control zone, get this pivot to drop, then flip momentum back up, and that would require all of the stars to align. 2 week right now, it's also flipping down. OPM is that volatility is contracting while momentum is flipping down. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be down below $454.50. That's quite a ways away. Weekly is now expanding with volatility pointing to the downside, breaking towards the critical zone on the bearish side, and we're going to be pointed down below 435.75. 5 day is now getting a volatility setup. Not quite at the 15%, although 15% number is only really backtested for Bitcoin. I don't think it has much significance for Tesla, but we are getting one of those volatility setups where volatility expands above the moving average and momentum is pointed to the downside, breaking into the bearish control zone or pointing down below 430 to 433. 2 days also getting volatility expansion, getting a little bit high though, not quite topped out yet, with momentum still to the downside, and it'll flip up if we can close above $303.50. Daily is now getting volatility expansion. Momentum is once again flipping down, and we're breaking into the critical zone. We're pointed down below $325. Not looking very good. Now the 4 hours getting volatility expansion on this dump. with this perfectly retesting this 5 and the meme line, making it very likely we're going to come back down to the bottom meme line. Lines up with volatility expanding with momentum to the downside as long as we're below $313.60. So really, the only time frame right now that is still leaning bullish is the quarterly. Quarterly is still in an uptrend, still in the area where we could make a higher low, and we have about a month and a couple of days before the quarterly closes. So there's some hopium there. Based off the lower time frames, though, with momentum slipping down, with volatility expansion, it looks like the idea of 290s holding is not going to come to fruition. It looks like probably going to dump based on the 4 hour to the bottom meme line, and very likely going to make that as a higher, if not the higher low, at the very least a bounce there. And what tells me that is we're getting to very extreme levels on volatility, while momentum is getting to very extreme levels. Very likely somewhere around there, we're at the very least going to get a pity bounce. And if we can close over $367, makes it very likely we're going to go to $400. And if we close over $394, we'd have 2-week hidden bullish divergence, likely taking us to new all-time highs. Right now, somewhere around that $270 zone is where I would look to hold. If you fail $260 on a daily close, though, likely going to get a slow bleed towards somewhere around 170. Then that's the zone where we likely make our next macro higher low before trying towards all-time highs again. Right now, we have to watch is that $260 to $270 zone to see if it holds. If it does, then happy days. We'll confirm our hidden bullish divergences, and we can get new all-time highs again somewhere around maybe 6 months.
Fucking beautiful, sir. Thank you so much. I'm also going to be quick on this one, see if we can squeeze another one. But for now, let's go on this. Thank you. And my trade is positive now. Nope. Only one. Great. This is just great, Bob. All right. Estamos viendo.
Ay, Dios míos.
Ay, Dios mío, is fucking right. By the way, all it was, just so you know, what like round tripped us was that I fucking hate Twitter for this and all of the internet. It's the same thing. It's whale watchers, zero hedge, and everybody else at the same time. Trump's tariffs are standing. They're coming. Thank you for everyone telling us exactly what everybody knew. So this is bullshit in my view, but let's see. Let's see how it plays. I mean, the tariffs are not bullshit.
Maybe
added a little bit more.
What? Say it again. You have a little what?
Wait, me? No, I added a little bit to the Solana long.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just entered again. I mean, why not? You know,
we're either geniuses or pain is coming our way.
Complete moron. Here we go. Aquí tenemos Tesla y lo vamos a ver rápidamente para poder darle tiempo a Alex a enseñarnos Solana, etcétera. Ok. Vamos a empezar por acá. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo con Tesla? Obviamente altos más altos, bajos más altos en todos lados. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 268.33. Muy importante zona a recordar. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios saludablemente y sin problema alguno. ¿Qué es lo que quería sacar? El promedio del 5. Quiero ver dónde está ese coqueto promedio del 5. Justamente en los 290. Ok. Ya con eso en mente, vamos rápido a la mensual. Mensual, empezamos a ver que nuestro promedio del 9 lo estamos perdiendo y que estamos cayendo por debajo de esta media en el canal donde está tradeando el precio. Esto es importante anotar porque la última vez en este subidongo perdiendo el 9 fue como se acabó la fiesta, pero también al principio lo perdimos por nada. Nos dio otro empujonzote a los 370 y de ahí pues ya empezamos a caer fuertemente. Así que aquí estamos en alerta. Esto es la mensual, la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas cayendo el rechazote del promedio del 9, el rechazo del 21 y ahora nos está aguantando por acá en los 2.96 el precio, aunque no hay nada, solamente hay aire hasta los 2.90. 2.90 y abajo de 2.90 estás hablando de ir a visitar esta zona en los 2.69 por ahora, pero de nuevo, en la macro seguimos haciendo altos más altos desde este 140, esto es la de 2 semanas, vamos a la semanal, en la semanal tenemos un poco de lo mismo, básicamente hasta el promedio del 55 que está una vez más en los 2.90, lo que me sugiere que probablemente 2.90 vaya a ser la zona a aguantar. Si los 2.90 no llega a aguantar, nos vemos en los 2.69. Y yo creo que para simplificar esto para todo el mundo, déjenme quito mis promedios. Es bastante fácil, honestamente. Tesla es de mis acciones favoritas por lo fácil que es saber dónde estamos en general. Uno, pueden verlo acá. Encima de esta línea meme en los 3.34, explosión a la alza, explosivo, explosivo, explosivo. Pueden ver que el obstáculo fuerte está en los 370. Por debajo de esto existe un rango entre 330 hasta 269. Aquí también hemos hecho SFPs antes, pero la expansión nos ha dado esos movimientos a altos históricos. De perder los 269, entraríamos a tradear en este rango de acá. Y este rango de acá cierra en los 137, 140 dólares, ¿ok? Personalmente no creo que sea algo realista, sobre todo porque continuamos, queramos o no, haciendo bajos más altos en toda esta tendencia, ¿no? Por lo que deberíamos hacer un bajo más alto si llegamos a romper eso. Es más, si la puedo conectar desde acá, creo. ¿Sí? Y esta siempre, las 3 veces que lo ha tocado, ha sido la oportunidad de oro de Tesla. Una, ¿no? $100 y te fuiste hasta los 296. Solamente un súper tranquilo 3X o un 2X o como lo quieras ver en ganancias. Después acá de 140 te fuiste a 485, básicamente lo mismo. Ahora, ¿por qué les enseño eso? Porque Tesla está en una postura alcista, está preparando para hacer su nuevo bajo más alto y la pregunta es ¿dónde lo va a hacer? Primera opción para todos ustedes, mis capitanes, es justamente en el área que estamos, 295 a 290. Se me hace honestamente lo mismo. Vamos a ponerlo acá. Esta sería tu primera zona de oportunidad. Segunda zona de oportunidad fuerte y la última debería ser esta. Y esto debería aguantar, por más que queramos, podría ser esto y después ir a buscar nuevos altos históricos. ¿Ok? Pero de perder esta zona a la baja, nos vemos en los 170 dólares. Muy fácil. Una vez más, el precio está en 295. 290 nos debería de aguantar por acá en 290. Vamos a pintarlo. 290 nos debería de aguantar y de no aguantar, esta zona de 269 nos debe de aguantar. De no aguantar, Tesla va para abajo a los 170 a darnos oportunidades aún más grandes, que de nuevo no estoy peleado con esa idea en lo absoluto, damas y caballeros. Alex, take the floor, sir.
Sweet. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, for Solana, it's pretty easy. We'll gauge its Bitcoin pairing. I'm looking at a range right now for Sol BTC. You know, we're ideally now going back to the bottom of support. And, you know, I am long bias on Sol, so I'm hoping that right now we just don't take out yesterday's low. As long as we don't take out yesterday's low, I'm just going to be looking at this as just another retest of support. Yes, it's dirty. It's not fun price action, but that's just sometimes how it goes. You can see here that the daily is close to hitting the 78.6%. So we do have some indication here of some support. 5-day, though, is interesting because if you see here, we're actually rejecting the SMA 200. So like how we can interpret this is if we start closing under support here at 1527, good indication that this rejection is going to take us probably to the lows here at 1357. That's a lot of numbers. So we want to hold the 1527 mark. If not, and we start closing specifically 5 days under that, without taking out this wick higher, reclaiming that SMA 200, it'll start really looking like this rejection is going to take us to the bottom support. Now, support is very key here because that's right now at the 135 mark. And that zone has been, you know, pretty strong for Sol BTC. You can see here we lost the SMA 200 and we ended up coming down to support, the exact scenario I'm talking about. But here on that support tap, and granted the 5-day EMA 9 was right around there, so it made it a little easier. From that support, we ended up moving pretty harshly to the upside. You can see once we lost that zone though on the 5-day, it just led to just very boring down price action. And even here, this is where we're getting this zone. Let me just make sure. Yeah, even right here. I just want to make sure. These highs were essentially the highs before we went down pretty aggressively. Let's see. Yeah, that was a 55% move. Sometimes I'll say aggressively, it'll look aggressive, and then it'll be like a 4% move, similar to like what happened to Oklo. I was surprised about that. But no, in Sol BTC's case, that's very big. So it's going to be really crucial for bulls to start pushing us up here soon. Just simply, I agree with that because I'm long, but also just because of where we're at in this big spot that we're at. We've come all the way down. We've tested this zone. You can even see when we broke out. Remember, this is a meme line, so it all depends how you draw them. But when we broke out from the zone, we didn't really test it. And so this is kind of like the first test. It's, ugly, but ideally this zone will hold us. So that's what I have on Sol BTC. You're at support. You're going to want to start seeing this move up. Ideally, it doesn't take out yesterday's low. And, that can just make for a nice place for an invalidation. Now we look at the Sol Tether pairing. I do have a long here. It's based on a daily. And this is what I'm looking at. So on the lower time frames here, if we go to let's do 5 hour, I want to cause like a divergence here. I want this low to hold, and I want, even if we came all the way down, and granted, this was kind of the scenario where the idea is from this point, we're going to come all the way down and at least test, back down to this region. That would then activate our long, and then from there, there's pretty good risk to reward. But this zone is going to be pretty hard for bulls. It's a battle, right? You have to think of it like a battle. Right now, you have bears trying to capitulate us down all the way under, basically going to 100. And you have bulls really trying to cause like a price divergence here, trying to really reset volatility. Because remember, this started to expand while we were dumping, really trying to pop us up. So that's why I'm on the lower time frames, just to show the divergence. I kind of made it a little big here, but that was the idea. Nothing more, no logic behind it other than just we don't take out the low that was formed on February 25th. It makes sense. I mean, this was like a nice hammerhead, massive wick. I understand how alts love to move, which is, I'm sure all the longs here were horny and happy that they were long, but often we like to scare those people out, and even sometimes taking out this low. That's why this trade is a little hard, but the risk to reward is nice, because what we see is, even if, let's say, we get a move and let's say we start moving up and we're super bearish, if we even go to the daily 9, I mean, that could breed some pretty nice results. It's like a 16% move, and that could just put in another lower high. For me now, I'm in this long on Solana. My stop is at 131, just to be on the safe side. If we ended up taking out this low, I would still have a little buffer. So whereas we could take out this low, do the altcoin thing, and then if the gods granted, I won't get taken out and I won't move up. Because I do think a big mean reversion bounce is gonna come on Solana, especially if we're around the zone. But remember, there's always an invalidation. So I really want to start seeing that 136 level hold as support. That's been proven as a good spot. Breakout, retest, 136 held, nice. 136 held, breakout. That's kind of the idea. So I want 136 to hold. And even if, let's say the daily loses 136, but my stop didn't get hit, it all depends on how Bitcoin's looking. But if we don't take out today's low on Bitcoin, I might just run with this. But ideally, 136 is the spot that I want to see hold. That way, this consolidation scenario can actually take effect. Because what we see is once we really start breaking above the 140 mark, you can honestly get a pretty nice measured move on Sol here. Each time we essentially reclaim above 140, not each time, but generally when we are in bullish sentiment, more bullish momentum, when we have a bias, Bitcoin will go up. And we do get back above the 140, it just results to nice moves. So like we reclaim support, that was a 15% push up. Reclaim support, that was a 14% push up. Reclaim support, that was a 14% push up. And then lastly, this one, which was very impressive, which took us 29%. So we are in a bounce zone. It's not totally degenerate to be looking for this kind of RR for this trade, especially when we know people have been very, very, very bearish on Sol. And Granted, I mean, the bearishness has been, true to have. I mean, it's down 54%. But let's think about this like this. If, also Solana was kind of guiding my bias on Bitcoin being bearish. And the reason I was saying that was because we were starting to see that break down before Bitcoin. It makes sense for Solana to catch some kind of bounce here. We see we're at the EMA 100 on the weekly, that we're right near support. It would make sense if we think Bitcoin's going to hopefully move up for Solana to start leading that and move up. And remember, we can come all the way back up to the 170 mark, and that should simply be a massive bearish retest before going down. Lower high right there, and just the trend still takes effect. But that doesn't mean that you can't still get these massive mean reversion bounces. We've seen this. Like, let's see. Even here, this vertical is messing me up. Yeah, okay, cool. So like even here, I mean, Sol on this move down from, we didn't fully retest. That's why it's a little harder to see. Well, I don't even know what the point I was bringing up. I honestly brain fired. All right, the bearish retest. Yeah, I mean, it's very, yeah, my bad. I said a brain fart. It's very in Sol's characteristic. Like I'll draw a little lower time frame range. This is kind of the range we were dealing with. We lost it, of course, but then even here, what happened? Well, we rallied up really big, 85%, retested the support here before the real move. So it's totally in Solana's nature to do something like this. It's just more about the timing and the risk, is just where it's going to be hard. And we potentially could be a little early on this scenarios, especially if, like, let's say Bitcoin's not going to catch support right around the 85.5. So watch very carefully. But I mean, we have the weekly EMA 100 right here. We have the meme lines. We understand where we're wrong, which is taking out 131. Sol BTC is somewhat at support now. Well, it is at support. And we see it was a nice candle, into yesterday. So I just want to see that low hold. Unfortunately, though, we still can come down a little bit more, but maybe we can do something like that. That'd be okay to me. As long as we don't take my stop out, I'm still going to be on the bias that Solana will eventually move. It's just going to be not the easiest for us now. So ideally, we'll see today if we can close above 136, get some kind of bounce around here. We really start taking out this low. It's going to be, to me, seeming like bears are winning, and then potentially $100 is brewing. So that's all I really have on Sol. It's very basic. We're at a very important zone here. We talked about the 136 being very important, and we're seeing that with the weekly EMA 100, the monthly EMA 21. And then even just where Sol BTC is right now currently, because if, let's say, support on Sol BTC doesn't hold, I do believe it's still a pretty big drop. Like we're still talking about a over 10% drop. So that could potentially mean that, we end up making our way closer to 100 from that point. I mean, now we're still 24% away. So would be pretty aggressive, I will say. But yeah, that's all I have. Let's see if this long pays or if it takes our money. Hopefully we'll all be rich and it works out, because, it's good risk to reward. That's why I've been focused on Sol. I rarely trade altcoins, but, you just can't deny this setup. And even if it doesn't work, it's perfectly okay. But I mean, even just give me half this trade. Let's go to the daily 9. I'm perfectly fine taking a 15% gain. So, but remember, it all result on the daily. So you start losing 136, and then maybe into tomorrow you start rejecting it. Great chance we're going to hit our stop. So just be aware of that. But the hopium now is that, okay, cool, we're possibly getting the retest on Solana Bitcoin. Let's kind of get a bounce here soon going into the close of today. So that's all I have. Watch the daily really closely and watch 136.
Thank you, senor. That was great. And we'll close with Roku, Mr. Farhan. I'll be as quick as possible with this.
Claro.
Not Goku, Roku.
Oh, damn. I thought I was doing Goku. You have to build me up to crash me down like that.
Just a little bit. You still haven't seen Dragon Ball Damai?
No, not yet.
It's pretty good. It's like Dragon Ball GT, pretty similar, except it's not as It was very slow, Dragon Ball GT. This one's fun.
Is it written by Akira Toriyama? Because I think GT wasn't.
No, because Akira died last year.
Damn.
But I mean, something he had to do with though. It's
nice.
I personally
GT was
really
good.
like it.
People hate GT, but I liked it.
I like it too. I think it's enjoyable. This one's enjoyable. They're bringing like the Majin Buu saga back and all that stuff. It's cool. Alrighty, let us motherfucking get started with this Solamis. Solamis, para todos ustedes. Es bastante sencillo en realidad lo que estamos viendo con Solana. Podemos ver que estamos en esta tendencia agresiva alcista. Tenemos la ruptura a la baja. Estamos viendo una tabla semanal. Tienes el 9 por abajo, el 21. Y esto parece empezar a verse cocinado absolutamente desde el principio. Quiero que solamente tome nota a esto. Desde el principio, desde el tope a donde estamos ahorita, estamos abajo 54%. Ahora, esto no quiere decir que no vaya a haber rebotes, ¿no? Pero la última vez que bajamos 54% desde el tope, que fue acá, fue ya entrando en esta vela, donde ya todo se cocinó, tuviste el retesteo y nos fuimos para abajo. Pero es básicamente un poco de lo mismo que estamos viendo, lo que nos hace pensar que probablemente en verdad sí vayamos a ver precios más bajos en absolutamente todo. No sabemos si vaya a haber continuación después este año o no, pero por ahora esto se ve bajista. ¿Dónde está el truco de este trade? Porque en este trade estamos el día de hoy acá, los degenerados de ETA. Uno, tienes una entrada en Solana para un long aquí deliciosa, literalmente deliciosa, ¿no? Y lo único que tienes que hacer es básicamente acá. Imagínate que quieres que se vaya al 9. ¿Y dónde lo vas a cortar? Acá. Y ahora tienes una probabilidad de perder 1.10% y tienes probabilidad de ganar casi 20%. Por ende, la voy a jugar. Ahora, muy probablemente, cuando el precio ranguea acá, está intentando hacer un bait para la gran cantidad de gente que esté viendo esto y diciendo, ¡ah! Aquí hay una super entrada fácil. O aquí hay un corto fácil, porque lo sigue bajando, lo sigue bajando y lo sigue bajando y lo sigue bajando. Ahora, esto es lo que me hace pensar que muy probablemente la zona debería de aguantar, la de 130. Simplemente esto. En el HPDR estás en el 95%. Solamente existen 5% de probabilidades de ir más abajo. Y más abajo de 118 solamente existen 2.17%. Por lo que, ¿qué es lo que voy a hacer yo? Y yo sé, Alex es más conservador que yo en este tipo de operaciones, es más inteligente que yo y más guapo que yo también, pero él está usando este wick un poco más abajo para eliminarlo. Yo estoy usando el 95%. Yo abajo de 129.99 estoy fuera de este trade. Es obviamente más grande y más alto el riesgo, pero si le pones un 5X a tu trade, ¿qué putas te da, no? O sea, ¿qué más te da, brother? A menos de que estés de degenerado. Así que Solana básicamente perdiendo la zona de los 130, muy probablemente vayamos a los 118. Por acá, aguantando y consolidando por encima de 137. Y ustedes han visto, estas líneas las he tenido acá todo el tiempo, no le agregué nada. Lo que probablemente vaya a intentar buscar el precio es hacer el fake out que va para abajo, pero empiece a consolidar por acá. Estaríamos equivocados si baje 130 y estaríamos en lo correctos una vez que nos podemos llevar los 146 al banco. ¿Por qué? Porque una vez que barres esto, vas a crear un nuevo alto y eso podría ser hasta los 150. Pero por ahora, estamos en un rango bastante apretado en los Solamis. Queremos ver si nos van a aguantar los 130 y si no, ver esta zona de interés por ahí de los 118. Pero la cosa es que el 118 no tiene una invalidación hasta el 110. Así que atentos por ahí, está jugando y está jugando sucio. Nadie te quiere dar dinero fácil, así que por favor asegúrense de poner su stop loss, de poner todas las cosas que necesiten, etcétera, para darle. Sir, we're ready for some Roku.
Goku, all right. It is looking quite
good. I'm sorry.
On the next episode of.
On the next episode.
If you, we're gonna find out what the price of Roku is looking like on the next episode of ETA.
We're gonna have to hire a guy that does those voices. by the way.
Oh, absolute
I'm
necessity.
I'm on it.
So the monthly is looking quite bullish right now. We have momentum flipping up. It is on the edge of getting into the bullish control zone with volatility support. And now we have the jewel bouncing perfectly at this pink. First time ever it's bounced at the pink, so I won't be able to backtest that for you. But what I will be able to backtest for you is the jewel breaking out of the bearish control zone. Let's mark it with the vertical line right now, where we broke out right there. We broke out only one time previously out of the bearish control zone. So there's only one example that I can give you. How much of a move up did we make from the open to the close? Open here, got a move up of 49.28%, correction, which you would have been down 14%, and then a move up of 69.5%. As of right now, from the open to the high, we're up about 65%. So basically, the entirety of the move is taken out. And let's see if something else we can compare. What happened last time? Is last time around as well, we got a close of a 38.2%, and that was basically the top. Right now, we're slightly over the 38.2%. Very interesting. And we are in a monthly downtrend because this would just in the territory of being another lower high. And if we would make the same trend that we did over here, we close above the 38.2%, immediately back in. What's likely to happen is if we lose this area, this would be a major shooting star, and we're likely going to come back down to somewhere on the median at about 63 cents, erasing this entire rally, making it very likely we're going to lose this median coming to 38.2%. I just don't see how this low doesn't get taken. And that would be somewhere around the 78.6%. Right now is at like $25. This just looks very, very dirty. Even though momentum is pointed up, it's just in lower high territory. Even the quarterly is getting kind of bearish now. This is my favorite Christmas tree pattern right there. And
Solana made that pattern really famous.
The Solana pattern, we can call it.
Yeah.
They did try to put a bottom several times at this bottom 38.2%. Every single time. Previously hadn't even been able to get to the median. This time around, it put a very impressive bullish engulfing, made to the median, got a sharp projection. As of right now, our wick high is right around the median. It's around $102 and is getting a pretty sharp projection. And what's going to be the the nail in this coffin is if it closes below the 9 EMA, which is currently at about $83.74. Lose that, very likely going to come back down to at minimum to this 50% on the HPDR, which is around like 45, $46, and that would take out this major low right here, making it likely to test this low and likely break it, likely towards somewhere around 20 to $25. Lines up with the 61.8% on the quarterly as well. What's making it likely that we're getting this lower high bounce right here is momentum was shifted up with volatility going towards 0%. The only time volatility has ever been this low was right around here on this major dump. Doesn't look like much, but from the high to the wick low, it was about 65%. Then we have a similar example right here. No, that was the same one. Never mind. On the 2-week, we're now getting momentum shifting back down, making the idea that the lower high is very likely in, getting a deviation of this 100 EMA, which 100 has basically been resistance all the way through. We got a rejection front running it right there. When we broke down, we retested the 100, rejected it, and then got a significant move to the downside. So it would give a lot of significance to deviate this 100, and then also loses 38.2%. That's what probably starts to break down towards very quickly towards somewhere around $57. Then eventually, maybe a little bit of a bounce here, then eventually lower. Do we have any slightly higher? So no divergence. Weekly is now losing the buy signal on the jewel with momentum rejecting the bullish control zone, deviating to 38.2%. It's kind of looking like this is going to dump pretty hard. And we're very close to invalidating this silver cross. Based off of this 38.2% setup, looks like the silver cross will likely get invalidated. Same thing with the 5 days weekly, rejecting that bullish control zone with momentum shifting down. Last time we freshly shifted down on momentum was right around here, where we lost how much of a percent after momentum shifted down? 7.5%, I believe. Or let me make sure I'm not bullshitting you. No, it's a lot more than 7.5%. It's like 24.6%. I was bullshitting you. Let's take 26% from this candle's open. As of right now, we're only down 7.9%. 20% brings us to about $72, $73. 26% brings us to about $67, which is right around these wick lows right here. Likely giving us somewhat of a bounce at the zone, which leads into a failure, especially since the silver cross is going to be invalidated. Likely testing these lows in the 50s, maybe get another bounce there because of the psychological figure, then eventually towards $25.
So just a little bounce.
Just a little bounce. I mean, I can see why their stuff will be dumping now. There's all of these other companies making cheap TVs just like them with the same smart TV capabilities. So why wouldn't you just buy those for a little bit cheaper? The whole idea was buy Roku because it's cheap.
I would assume Roku is going to zero.
Very
but what
likely,
do I know?
like
I only worked in Hollywood for 15 years.
They had that advantage for a couple of years where their TVs
Yeah.
were the cheapest ones. Now they don't even have that anymore. What are they? They're not Chinese, are they? They're American, I believe.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
In Mexico, Roku is the expensive option.
It is?
The Roku TVs in the Chedraui are like at least a solid 30% more expensive than the comparable Chinese brand.
Damn. I didn't know that. Wow, quite the Bitcoin dumperoo.
Yeah, American brands are like twice the price. On the daily, we're breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility support. It's not looking good. Now the jewel is firing off a major sell signal, losing the bullish control zone, getting a rejection of the bullish control zone. It is looking like this thing is going to dump pretty hard. It already has. It's looking like it's going to dump even worse. We're losing now the 38.2% as well. Kind of looking like we're going to tap that 200 SMA at a minimum, which is right now $70. Only bullish hopium right now, and what's likely for a lower high is momentum is starting to shift up, and we are putting in some bullish divergence on the 4-hour, with momentum making a higher low, price making a lower low. But we see this bullish divergence coming off the back of declining volatility, making it quite bearish, and likely we're going to get a bearish retest. And as of right now, it's arguable that it has already played out because we're rejecting this bottom 38.2%. And as long as we're rejecting that area, it's likely to break down more. Bullish OPM is in the next 2.5 hours. We can close over $85.66. Then the divergence will continue to play out, and we should tap somewhere around $85, $86. Very high likelihood that this area will be a rejection, though. It would fulfill the divergence, make another lower high, then likely another lower low after that, and probably around somewhere around $70. Ding. The only slight bullish opium we had is very, very close to being invalidated. We still have active hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. If we close below, I guess it's not that close. But close below $60, the divergence will be invalidated, and then we're likely going to make a newer lower low from this low here in the $30 area, likely taking us towards $25. And then eventually, like I would say, this is going to go to zero because we're going to take out this major low, test somewhere around this area right here after $25 at 14. Break this, you have nothing but air. Like from the IPO, you just go to zero. The most bullish, what do you call it? Community members are going to tell you it's bullish because the volatility is declining. On the monthly, right now, we also have active regular bullish divergence, kind of close to being invalidated. It's not that number. It is about same $60. And if you were to invalidate that, you're very likely going to go down towards the bearish critical zone, which right now it doesn't even tell you. It says it's impossible. See any hidden bearish? Yep, hidden bearish divergence possible between these points here. This is a lower high. RSI made a higher high, and that will be confirmed below. We can use this low here, $74.10. Confirm that. Very, very likely going to go down to the bearish control zone, and that's sitting at $33.36. That's right around current all-time lows. Come on, sometime today. Now, 3-day has active many drives of regular bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $102.39. And the next target on the divergence is going to be the middle zone. This is right around $79. Likely get a bounce there because it lines up with that $80 psychological level, and then from there it likely goes to the bearish control zone, which right now is at $60, $59.50. Critical zone doesn't tell you because it's too low. And the reason why it tells you it's impossible is because the likelihood of it hitting that number by this candle closure. Like clearly, like nothing is impossible, obviously, but
You sound like a professional motivator.
nothing is impossible. Roku could go to $0 today. Bitcoin could be trading at $0 in the next microsecond, like that one dude said, boom, in a millisecond. Something Pena.
No clue who that is. Oh, wait. The idiot that went on Joe Rogan?
I think so.
Got
It's like Bitcoin is going to fucking zero. Boom. Just like that. In a microsecond.
Damn, Bitcoin is fucking breaking down.
Oof. I picked a very nice area to close that long. On the quarterly, what is some slight hopium is that momentum is starting to flip up on the quarterly, and it will be flipped up as long as we're above $61.54. But if those divergences continue to play out, the target is lower than this number. That would turn quarterly momentum down. Monthly right now is also a little bit of hopium where momentum is shifting up, but you're seeing it with volatility contract, and you're just getting a retest of the silver cross to the downside. So assuming you continue to close below $94, $95, this momentum shift to the upside will end up being nothing burger and flip back down. As right now, we are flipped up above $71. 2-week is now starting to shift back down, rejecting the critical zone. We're pointed down as long as we're below $96. Weekly as well, shifting down, rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below $95. 5-day as well, shifting down below $94.50. All of the stars are aligning. The 2-day is now as well shifted down below $94.50. Daily as well, rejecting the bullish control zone down below $94.50. Even the 4-hour is now pointed down, breaking into the critical zone down below $90. So the only real time frame that has momentum to the upside right now is the quarterly and the monthly. But if you look based off of the trend and the EMA, it's very likely looking like it's going to put in another lower high and then shift that momentum to the downside. And right now we are getting a perfect retest of the silver cross. We're getting a rejection right at the 55 EMA. Only way to invalidate that is if we close above that $95 area on a monthly. Then that will reverse this downtrend into a more of an uptrend posturing and be likely to retest the highs. Very unlikely that happens. So very and what tells you that it's the lower turn momentum is starting to shift down on the 2-week, the weekly, the day, the 2-day, the 5-day, and the daily is all shifting down. Only time frame that's slightly bullish right now is the 4-hour, but likely puts in a lower high, which is arguable has already been put in, and likely continues to dump here towards first 60s, 60s, 70s, maybe a little bit of a bounce there, then down to the 50s, a little bit of a bounce there, then eventually 30s, which is the all-time lows, maybe bounce there. Probably zero over enough time.
Anything else you'd like to add? That was awesome. Do you want to, man, Bitcoin's at 83,500.
Goddamn, dumping.
Alex Becker was right. It was the bottom.
And he was indeed. He said 100% not going any lower.
That's pretty good. He
said he was deploying millions.
He always nails it. God bless. Wow. Hang on a second. Let me Scott, is that you?
Well, yeah, thanks for having me, Alejandro. Well, I was watching and retweeting everything that whale watchers and everybody else has been retweeting. So there's no headwinds against Bitcoin right now. It's only tailwinds. Remember, President Trump is the president now, and he's the president of Bitcoin and the Bitcoin president, and he's doing all of our Bitcoin needs. So Yeah, it's looking pretty bullish. And no, it's pretty impossible that now that there's nothing wrong coming our way, things can go wrong. I mean, Training 101, this is just me, Scott.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott. Really, really appreciate you.
Muchas gracias, Scott.
Have you been eating all of your food? Yes, Mr. Kennedy. Good. Bye, Mr.
Had some
Kennedy.
flan, Mr. Kennedy.
God, yeah. Mr. Kennedy's just in a bad mood all the time. Either way, well, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for coming. Anything else you want to add?
Buenos dias. Buenos tardes, muchachos.
Buenas tardes, sir. Thank you so much for everything.
Have a good one.
Bye. Ok. Estamos viendo Roku. Bueno, no estamos viendo Roku en realidad. Nadie está viendo Roku y por eso Roku se ve así. Vamos a ver cómo se ve Roku exactamente para todos ustedes. Como siempre, vamos a empezar. Esta es una acción potente que lleva un rato abierta. Aquí lo tienen. Tiene el famoso patrón de árbol de Navidad de Solana. Este es el patrón de Solana. ¿Quién se acuerda de cuando Solana fue de $20 hasta casi, ¿no? A $500, casi en Roku. Y después tuvimos una caída de ese máximo histórico en 4.89 hasta los $38, básicamente más de un 10x para abajo. Y continúa por acá haciéndole al show. En este momento, viendo la trimestral, yo diría que esto es bastante oportuno que estés dando este rebote. Te gustaría poder cerrar esta tabla en un mes y 6 días, pero un mes y 6 días es bastante tiempo. En arriba de los 83.64. Estamos cotizando en 84.83 en este momento. Y esto va a ser también algo importante para toda la gente tener en mente. Poner una linita por ahí. Vamos a ver la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver que en realidad nos están rechazando nuestro promedio del 55 y el 34. Estamos por encima del 9 y el 21, pero también estamos formando una vela topera. Esta vela topera no ha podido superar estos máximos, lo que nos está dando máximos más bajos, altos más bajos, perdón, y de tener altos más bajos y que la siguiente vela, acuérdate, esto cierra en 2 días y 3 horas, por lo que tienes 2 días y 3 horas para poder cerrar arriba de $108. De no poder hacer eso, esto probablemente esté inclinado más al lado bajista. Volatilidad está contrayendo y está por debajo del 15%, lo que está preparando un movimiento. Eso es importante anotar. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. ¡Güey, qué buena putiza se llevó Bitcoin! Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas tenemos un poco de la misma historia. Pueden ver los altos más bajos y estamos cotizando justamente acá. Parte importante a aguantar, claramente, van a ser los $81. Si no podemos aguantar los $81, tranquilamente vamos a ir a visitar esta región por ahí de los 75. Volatilidad también en la de 2 semanas está por debajo del promedio, continúa contrayendo, no nos está diciendo nada. En la semanal podemos ver que volatilidad también está contrayendo. Después de varios periodos de nula volatilidad, tuvo esa expansión fuerte y después, una vez más, otra caída. ¿Qué pasó en la última expansión de volatilidad? Tuvimos este medio pompazo, ¿no? Que fue de 69 a $80. O sea, nada de que escribirle a papá una carta. Ahora, estamos intentando aguantar este promedio del 9 en los 84.87. De perderlo, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser la media, que una vez más coincide con nuestra línea meme en los 79.26. Y de no aguantar, que normalmente pensaríamos en este tipo de rechazos, no aguantaría y te daría un viaje de vuelta a los $69, que también coincide con mi línea meme en diagonal que va para arriba. Interesante. Interesante. Queda perfecto con lo que estoy haciendo. Estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9 en la de 5 días y me parece que ya en otras temporalidades también. Estamos en 84.98. De perderlo, vamos a ir a ver la media en 83, vamos a rostizar la media y nos vamos para abajo a nuestra siguiente línea meme en los 73.16, que es la parte baja de la zona azul. Y de no aguantar eso, una alta probabilidad de ir al 78.6%, pero no antes de ver si esta línea meme nos va a aguantar por ahí el precio. En la diaria puedes ver que estamos a punto de rebotar y la razón por la que vamos a tener un rebote simplemente es porque el movimiento está llegando a extremos, volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos está diciendo nada, pero llegando a extremos, ¿qué quiere decir esto? Venimos de aquí arriba, pum, 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 varias sesiones en negativa, menos una por acá, está aguantándonos justamente el promedio del 34. hay una probabilidad alta de ir a los 83.54 o hasta los 78, 79 dólares. Aquí es donde nosotros esperaríamos encontrar un rebote, ese rebote que nos llevara más o menos a esta zona donde está la parte alta de la zona azul, la parte baja de la zona azul, y de ahí tener el siguiente rechazo. Esto se ve bajista, pinta bajista, fundamentalmente es bajista, y fundamentalmente porque Roku no tiene futuro en el mundo de streaming ni nada, porque ya no le sale el negocio como antes, con lo mismo que hacían. Así que Roku va a rogarle a Dios poder aguantar esta línea meme. De no aguantarla, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 59 dólares, de ahí tranquilamente los 48, de ahí a los 40, y de ahí se ve bajista, 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 porque efectivamente dejaríamos de dar simplemente este pompazo e iríamos al piso. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Roku para todos ustedes. Y vamos rápido a ver Bitcoin. Vamos a ver Solana. Solana no me sacó. No mames. 131.02. Ok. Solana no me sacó el trade de Bitcoin, sí, porque está ya muy abajo de mi... lo había puesto abajo mi stop loss. Y esto básicamente nos dice que los 80.739 vienen. 80.782. 80, 81.700, 80, 82.900. Sí, entre 82.900, cerca de donde estábamos, o 80 va a ser el próximo rango para este movimiento de Bitcoin. Voy a salir de mi trade de Solana a la par, porque si Bitcoin está saliendo, si Bitcoin está cayendo así, no, o sea, no voy a perder nada, nada más simplemente voy a quitar el estrés de encima. Ajá. Sí, voy a cerrar mi long de Solamis, porque si Bitcoin cayó más, Solana tiene que caer más. Es normalmente lo que pasa. Pero bueno, vamos a ver qué exactamente nos va a pasar a todos nosotros. Por ahora, ahí vamos. Qué bueno que cerré mi primer trade de Solana. Revertí el de Bitcoin, pero todavía estoy en balance positivo hoy. Vamos a buscar más oportunidades en el mercado. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón. Muchísimas gracias por unirse a Elite Trading Academy, por venir con nosotros a tradear. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Pórtense bien. Cualquier cosa aquí andamos. Y nos vemos en la próxima.